A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Easy Aces.
Jane's brother Johnny finds that being married to the millionairess Alice Everett isn't going to be as soft a life as he had figured. His wealthy father-in-law and wife expect him to take a job. So does Mr. Race, who almost came to blows with him last night. This episode takes place the following afternoon and is in 3 alternating scenes. Mr. Race's office, the Everett mansion, and the office where Jane's friend Marge works. But first to Mr. Race's office, where we find Mr. Everett just entering. Listen.
Well, Mr. Everett.
Good afternoon, Mr. Race.
Well, this is indeed an honor.
I hope I'm not disturbing you unduly.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm glad you dropped in. Have a chair, won't you?
Thank you. I won't take up too much of your time.
Oh, that's quite all right. You're looking well, Mr. Everett.
Thank you. Nice offices you have here.
Well, they're offices.
I like them. Quite comfortable. I'm not keeping you from anything.
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, I'll try to be brief. I don't know just why I came to you, really, but I've been a little worried.
Worried?
Yes. I don't think it's a loan I'm after.
A loan?
Oh, nothing like that. It's more of a personal nature. That is, it has to do with my son-in-law, your brother-in-law.
Oh, yes. I had a hunch it might be Johnny.
You had a hunch?
Yes, you see, I happen to be in on the inside of the situation as it stands now. Oh, let me say right away, though, that my sympathies are entirely with you, Mr. Everett. In fact, last night, well, I know you live quite a distance from our home, but if your windows were open, you should have been able to hear some of the things I said to Johnny.
Oh, I see.
Well, it's not the first time I had to talk to him. I don't think I'm divulging family secrets by telling you that he came to visit us a couple of years ago, and we found out he had left home because his father thought it was time he got himself a job. So he ran away and came to live with us, off of us, I might say. Then I had it out with him, and he actually went out and got a job.
Well, that's a good sign.
Yes. The only thing was he got himself a job as a lifeguard at a summer resort, and 2 days later they found out he couldn't swim.
What?
Yes.
That's very amusing.
Yes, it is now. It wasn't very amusing then.
Well, I haven't any lifeguard jobs open.
No.
I imagine the boy feels he should become president of my bank or general manager of my department.
Yes, and then you'll find out he can't swim there either.
Yes. So I planned a little strategic move. I wanted to talk it over with you, to get your idea on the subject.
Why, sure, Mr. Everett. I'll be glad to hear it. You can talk frankly with me. What is the idea?
Oh, hello, Alice.
Why, Jane, I didn't expect you over.
Are you surprised to see me?
Well, surprised, yes, but always glad to see you. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks. It's getting awfully warm out.
Yes, I think you'll find it quite comfortable in here. Won't you let me ring for something to drink?
Oh, no, thank you.
Well, some lemonade
Oh,
or
no, thank you. I'm only going to stay a few minutes. I came over to talk to you about the job.
About the job?
Yes, about the job. Oh, I mean about Johnny and the job you want him to take.
Oh, I see. And you don't want him to take. Is that it?
Me? Oh, yes, I think he ought to take a job.
Well, I'm glad of that.
Oh, sure.
I wouldn't want to do anything you didn't approve of.
Oh, sure.
I'm so glad to know you feel your brother won't be hurt working a little bit.
Oh, sure.
Well, we're agreed then. That's comforting.
Yes, it's awfully comfortable in here. Well, about the job. Johnny was over to our house last night, and he and Mr. Ace had a long talk about it.
Really?
Uh-huh. And Mr. Ace thinks he ought to go to work, too.
Well, it's so nice to know you're all with me in this crisis. There's nothing like having the family wash out on the line for everyone to see.
I didn't notice it.
What?
You can't see it from where I came in.
You can't? Oh, well, you were saying. Go on, please, Jane.
Oh, about the job. Well, I thought about it all night. I didn't sleep a wink. I kept thinking about Johnny and everything he had done since he was a little boy. You know how you do when it's dark and quiet, and it was awfully dark, and was pretty quiet, too, when Mr. Ace wasn't snoring. Oh, he doesn't snore all the time, mostly when he's asleep. I mean, when he sleeps real hard, and last night had to be the night. I believe it was the first night he snored
Please,
since...
Jane, shall we go on?
What?
You were saying.
Oh, yes. Well, I thought about Johnny and everything he had done. I mean, up until he married you. And I finally had to decide that this was the best thing he had ever done.
Well, thanks.
Oh, not that he hadn't gone with other girls before, but most of them were just a fancy passing, you know. Well, I've always said that a wife ought to take the bitter with the better. Then I got to thinking, that is, last night when I couldn't sleep, I got to thinking, how about a husband? Shouldn't he take the bitter with the better? And I decided he should. When he first married you and he didn't go to work, he took the better, didn't he? Well, now that you and your father want him to go to work, I think he ought to take the bitter. You see how it all comes out?
I do not. I don't know
Well,
what...
wait. Then I thought of a marvelous idea about him going to work.
Well, what is it?
Well, I'm coming to it. The way he told us, he wants to get a big job right away. But Mr. Everett thinks he ought to start with a small job, doesn't he?
Well, don't you think that Father knows best? Don't you think it would be better for him to start at, say, 50 a week and work his way up to several hundred?
Well, Johnny likes the other way, I guess. You know, starting at several hundred and working his way down to 50.
What?
But here's what I thought of. I think this will be just the thing, because Johnny's a little ashamed to take just any kind of a job, and I think if he does like I figured out, everybody will be happy.
Well, come in, Johnny. I'm expecting you.
Gee, nice offices. What do you do here, anyhow?
Oh, things.
I never did know just what kind of a job you had, secretary.
Yes, secretary and general handywoman. But let's not talk about me. How about you?
Me? Is that what you called me up to talk about?
Yes. What's going to happen?
Oh, I see. I suppose my dear brother-in-law got
He
you...
did not. He doesn't even know I called you. Will you take my word for that?
I'll try. It's kind of hard. What do you want to know?
Well, as I understand it, Mr. Everett and his daughter have decided that you ought to go into the business, right?
Wrong.
What? That's what I understood.
They want me to take a job in some branch of the old gent's business.
Well, that's what I mean.
Well, it's not the same thing.
Oh, a job's a job. What does it matter what you do, just so you keep yourself occupied? Why, you know as well as I, well, we might as well be frank about it. You know as well as I that someday, it may be years, but most of the business will pass on to you.
It will if I assert myself now.
Assert yourself how?
By not letting them cram just any kind of a job down my throat. The trouble with the old man is that he thinks I'm not capable of stepping into a big job right away.
Oh, and you think you are?
Listen, Marcia, I've been around. I've seen executives, yes, in pretty big jobs, and they didn't know the first thing about them.
So you think you'd like to be an executive that didn't know the first thing about his job?
Yeah, that's... No, now you're getting funny. I'm talking seriously.
And I certainly am. Now, look, Johnny, I know this is going to sound like a lecture,
Now,
but
wait a minute. Before you start lecturing, let me save you some time. I've been giving this thing a whole lot of thought. The old man doesn't think I know anything about his business. Well, I've got a plan to prove to him that I do. And this is how it's going to work. But you've got to promise not to breathe a word of this to anybody.
A very splendid idea, Mr. Everett. Excellent.
You see what I mean?
Yes.
Since he's so embarrassed about accepting just any sort of a job with my business, I thought in this way we might appeal to him as if he were doing something really important.
Sure, I see. You mean you're going to tell him that you think there's something going wrong somewhere in the department store end of it, and you want him to go to work there incognito. Is that it?
Yes, that's it. He can start in any department of the store. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just so he gets the background of how we run our business. The foundation I've built the business up on.
I see. That sounds good. But it's got to be done on that basis. I mean, you've got to make him believe that he's really trying to find out something that's gone wrong, like a faulty sales force or, a leakage in your merchandising scheme.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Ace, you know the boy better than I do. I came to you to find out your reaction to a scheme of that nature.
Well, I think it's swell.
Do you think he'll respond to it?
Respond to it? Well, he'll think he's the biggest shot in the city. Of course, you've got to put it on pretty thick.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean, you'll have to be pretty convincing that you need him there incognito.
Oh, of course. He takes a job there under an assumed name. No one must know his connection with me.
That's it. Strictly undercover.
Well, why don't you like what I thought of, Alice? It doesn't matter what name he uses to work, and if nobody knows who he is in the store, then he won't feel ashamed about working at any kind of a job.
Oh, I understand that, but it seems such an underhanded way to do it.
What do you mean?
Well, it amounts to, tricking him into going to work.
Well, it's better than not going to work at all. I think it's just the thing. And you can tell your father to be sure to promise Johnny that nobody will know he's working there. Not even you.
Not even me?
Nobody. Then he won't feel ashamed about it. I think it's the best idea I thought of in a long time.
But how will it be possible for me not to know he's working there?
Oh, you'll know, really, but you won't let Johnny know you know. And he won't think I know. I haven't even said a word about this to Mr. Ace.
Going to work incognito.
No, under another name. Oh, you're getting it all wrong. I better explain it again.
No, you don't have to. I understand it. Perhaps it will be for the best, and even if it is tricking him into it, he'll probably thank me for it someday when I tell him.
Oh, but don't tell him now. Remember, dumb's the word.
Yes, I'll remember.
Then you'll do it?
Yes, I will. I'll talk it over with Father.
And by working there just as plain John Smith or Joe Dokes, I'll be able to pick up a lot of dope about the business that the old man doesn't even suspect. Get the idea?
It's marvelous, Johnny.
Why, I'll bet there's more wastage and loose links and, even stealing going on.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you can't tell. And with my scheme, I'll be able to come to the old man after a while with a full and detailed report. That ought to give him an idea about my ability.
I should say it should.
But look, Marge, this has got to be in strictest confidence. I don't want anybody to know. Alice, Jane, Ace, especially him. This is only going to be between you and, the old gent, of course.
Oh, sure, you'll have to talk it over with him.
Yeah, but I won't tell him why I want to work incognito. Just that I want to, that's all. I'll take any department and look around until I find something. If I don't, I'll move to another department. And then when I come to him and show him what I've got, won't he be surprised?
I should say he will.
Yes, this private little secret of going to work is going to surprise everybody, but in a way they're not looking for. We learn more details when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, most school teachers are accustomed to early rising. But last Friday morning, our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, was awakened a little too early by her landlady, Mrs. Davis.
Connie! Oh, Connie, I've got something to tell you. Are you up?
I am now, Mrs. Davis. Is it 7 o'clock?
No, dear, it's only 5 o'clock.
I hope you didn't wake me up to tell me I've got 2 more hours to sleep.
I thought I heard a noise in the kitchen.
Oh? What sort of a noise?
Well, first I heard something that sounded like footsteps in the backyard. And then there was a sound of a pane of glass breaking. Then the window slid up. Then there were some more footsteps in the kitchen. And then there was a sound of the refrigerator being opened.
Did you go into the kitchen to investigate?
No, I figured it was only the cat.
Minerva? Well, she wouldn't go to the refrigerator. She likes her milk warm. It's probably just your imagination, Mrs. Davis. Now, let's go back to sleep, huh?
But, Connie, as I think back, those footsteps were pretty heavy for a cat.
Please, Mrs. Davis, if you're trying to frighten me into thinking there's someone in this house, you've succeeded. Hand me my robe, please. The one on the chair with the extra heavy tassels on the belt.
Oh, here you are, Connie. I'll go put my slippers on and join you in the kitchen.
All right. Oh, this hallway is nice and dark. Why do they always have to put the switch on the opposite end from where you are? I'll just feel my way along the wall and... Oops! Who's that? All right. Don't move now. Who are you and what are you doing in this house?
I'm looking for my slippers, Connie. Maybe they're under my bed. I'll go see.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Davis. I've got my bearings now. Here's the kitchen door. Ooh!
I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to startle you with the flashlight. It's just a tool of the trade.
If you're looking for the gas meter, it's outside.
I'm not looking for the gas meter. Anybody else living here besides yourself?
My landlady, Mrs. Davis. But this seems like a strange time to be taking the census.
I'm not taking the census either, Miss...
Brooks. Connie Brooks.
How do you do? My name's Joe Phillips.
Oh, happy to shake your flashlight, Mr. Phillips. If you're looking for money, I can save us both a lot of time. I'm a school teacher.
Oh, no. I wasn't looking after money. I just broke in to raid your icebox. Of course, if I'd have known you were a school teacher, I'd have brought you a sandwich.
But I don't understand. If you're just after food, why didn't you go to a restaurant?
I got a dandy answer for that one. They charge. You see, I've been out of work for several weeks now, and since I was a kid, I've always been led to believe that starvation is a very unsatisfactory career. So when I'm hungry, I just take a chance and drop into various kitchens.
I never heard of such a thing. Sit down at that table for a minute. I've got to hear some more about this.
Yeah, but you caught me red-handed. Aren't you going to call the police?
The police? We're lucky if there's enough in that icebox for you and me. Of course, we just had leftovers for dinner last night, but you're welcome to some leftovers.
Well, to tell you the truth, I wasn't thinking about dinner. What I had in mind was breakfast.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost my head. I'll just step out on the back porch and get the milk.
I brought it in with me.
That was very thoughtful.
Did you look around, Connie? Is everything all right?
So far, so good, Mrs. Davis. This is Mr. Phillips. He's a burglar.
Oh. How do you do, Mr. Phillips? Have you been here long?
Not very, Mrs. Davis. Why?
Because I thought I heard some moving around in here before. Did you notice anybody?
Just a little cat out on the back porch.
Oh, that's Minerva, but it couldn't have been Minerva because he's a burglar.
Yes. He claims he's just after our vitamins, Mrs. Davis. He doesn't seem very violent, so I thought I'd give him a bite to eat and get the rest of his story.
Well, for heaven's sake, I'll put on some coffee.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis. Could I trouble you for the address here, please?
The address? Why do you want that?
Yeah, seems to me you found the place all right without the address.
Well, I like to jot it down in my little black book. You see, I keep a record of every kitchen I've visited. And as soon as I can afford it, I'm going to pay back everyone who's contributed to my nourishment. Yes, ma'am, I'm going to throw the biggest party you ever saw.
Dinner party, huh? How many on your guest list so far?
About 150 couples.
With all those people, you'll have to break into a pretty big restaurant.
Oh, that's one shindig I'm going to pay for. I realize I'll have to find a pretty good job before I can do that, but I really intend to make the effort.
Well, good for you, Joe.
I must admit that in the past, steady work has always seemed quite repellent to me, but, well, it's the only way to get even, I guess.
Here's some cereal, Mr. Phillips. The coffee will be ready in a minute.
Thank you.
Tell me, Mr. Phillips, in your little food raiding expeditions, have you ever been caught before tonight?
No, ma'am. But I was almost caught last night. And the setup looked so lovely. It was about 7:30 in the evening. Here was this man fast asleep on a couch. Here was this big bowl of fried chicken on a table behind him. And here was this open window right near it. But just as I reached in to grab it, he woke up. You never heard such a bellowing in your life. Chased me 15 blocks before I finally shook him.
Well, that's one way to work up an appetite.
Chicken wasn't worth it. Things fried in deep fat murder me.
Well, look, Mr. Phillips, if you're serious about wanting to pay back your food debts, I may be able to help you. Our school custodian has been sick for a few days, and I might be able to get you a job filling in for him.
Please, not while I'm eating.
Here's your coffee, folks. While we're on the subject of eating, Connie, I've been invited over to my sister Angela's for dinner. I'd like to ask you along, but Angela hasn't been very well lately, and
I wouldn't think of bothering Angela, Mrs. Davis. Don't worry about me. I'll have a nice dinner in the drugstore.
Oh, don't do that, Miss Brooks. If you're short of funds, why not have dinner with me?
Thanks just the same, Mr. Phillips, but I hate to eat and run.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. No other dentifrice offers proof of such results. Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgates right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgates as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel.
Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and
help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, after breakfast, Mr. Phillips helped with the dishes, those he didn't swallow, and we arrived at school several minutes before my first class. You are now in the hallowed halls of Madison High, Mr. Phillips. On your right is the office of our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, known to the faculty as the Lion's Den.
Good morning, Miss Brooks.
And directly in front of you is the Lion's cub, Harriet. Miss Conklin, meet Mr. Phillips.
Hello, Miss Conklin.
How do you do, Mr. Phillips?
Just call me Joe.
All right. Then you just call me Harriet.
Okay, Harriet.
Now that we're all engaged, I'd like to ask you something, Harriet. Has the custodian returned to work yet?
No, Miss Brooks, he hasn't. As a matter of fact, Daddy has asked me to see that the things that need fixing around here get fixed. At least until he can get somebody to take Mr. Jensen's place.
Oh, then we're just in time. You wait right here, Mr. Phillips. I'll arrange an interview with Mr. Conklin.
Okay, Miss Brooks.
Come in.
It's me, Mr. Conklin. There's something I'd like to talk to you about.
Very well, Miss Brooks, but first there's something I'd like to discuss with you. It seems the salary checks have been held up this month, and, well, this is a very embarrassing statement for me to make, but I'm short of funds.
If you think that's an embarrassing statement, wait till you put your next question. I'm flat broke myself.
Oh, I wasn't thinking in terms of borrowing money, Miss Brooks.
Oh.
But as I recall, my daughter Harriet brought you home to dinner one night last week. Now, my wife left town yesterday to visit her mother, and while I don't feel that you owe me a dinner, well, I am one up on you.
And after tonight, you will still be one up on me. You see, Mr. Conklin, Mrs. Davis is visiting her sister tonight, and I'm going to eat in the drugstore. But about this matter of a new custodian, Mr. Conklin, I'd like to tell you about...
Maybe the grocer would extend my credit and...
Please, sir, I didn't finish talking.
What? Oh. I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. You'll have to forgive my preoccupation with the inner man, but I haven't had a square meal in 2 days. Last night, Martha left some delicious fried chicken for me on a table, and somebody made off with it.
Well, that's too bad, sir, but... Oh, no. Did you get a good look at the man?
Well, it was pretty dark, and How did you know it was a man?
Well, if he was reaching through the window, why, it must
How
have...
did you know he reached through the window?
Well, it's only natural. If you were napping on the couch, there was no other...
How did you know I was napping?
I didn't. Don't you always take a nap before your evening meal?
Miss Brooks, Did you steal my dinner?
How can you say such a thing?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I was quite upset by the incident. I'm almost certain it was a man. I chased that thief for blocks.
Well, that's one thing about the man I'd like to recommend for the custodian's job, Mr. Conklin. He's as honest as the day is long.
What? You have someone to replace Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say so? Well, don't stand there. Where is he?
He's right outside. I'll call him. Come on in, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Conklin will see you now.
Thanks.
This is Joe Phillips, Mr. Conklin.
How do you do? Say, haven't I seen you someplace before?
I was about to mention that same thing.
Oh, no, I'm sure you two haven't met. Although Mr. Phillips does get around to some of our better homes.
Oh. Well, probably just a coincidence. Now then, Phillips, I understand you'd like to fill in here as our temporary custodian.
Yes, sir.
Are you a handyman with tools?
You ought to see him with a knife and fork.
I'm very handy, Mr. Conklin, and hours don't mean anything to me either.
You said it.
If I can just take a crack at this job, I know you'll be pleased.
Very well. Here are the keys to the custodian's office. Now help yourself to a pair of overalls and report back to me. You've got yourself a job.
But, Mr. Conklin, don't you want to ask me any questions about my background or anything?
If there's one thing I have, it's an ability to judge character. Now go, my boy, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin. And you too, Miss Brooks. You won't be sorry.
Oh, I'm sure I won't be sorry. I can tell by looking at that fellow that he's not only competent, but honest and loyal. Now, reach over to my desk and hand me the pen on it. I've got to send a memo to the board about our new custodian.
Yes, sir. Oh, there's no pen on the desk, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, there must be. I put it there myself alongside of my watch.
Watch?
Now, don't tell me that's gone, too.
Are you sure you put your watch on the desk, Mr. Conklin?
Positive. When I came in this morning, I took it out of the little pocket in my trousers.
Trousers?
Yes. Trousers. And stop turning your face away. It's common courtesy to look at the person you're addressing.
Frankly, Mr. Conklin, I'm afraid to look. In spite of the circumstances under which we had met, I was determined to give Joe Phillips a chance. By lunch period, I felt confident that he was taking advantage of his chance, because 4 desks, 2 sewing machines, and a typewriter were reported missing. I didn't completely lose faith in his honesty, but it was ebbing pretty rapidly. However, when I dropped into the biology laboratory to meet Mr. Boynton for lunch, I temporarily shelved our temporary custodian. Hi, Mr. Boynton. Ready to go to lunch?
Oh, I'm not going to the cafeteria today, Miss Brooks. I brought a box lunch with me. Since our salary checks were delayed this week, I'm a little short.
I've attained full midgethood myself. I'm joking, of course. I have enough money for a light lunch if you don't weigh it.
Look, Miss Brooks, we've been friends a long time. I brought a very large lunchbox down today. I insist you share it with me.
All right, you get in first. I mean, you're very kind, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, it's nothing at all. You're the one who's kind. Kind, considerate, and the fairest-minded person he's ever met. That's what Mr. Phillips said about you this morning.
Mr. Phillips?
Our new custodian. He was in here after first period. Offered to help me clean out the lab.
That's Mr. Phillips, all right. But couldn't we talk about him later? I'm kind of hungry, Mr. Boynton.
Of course. I'll get my lunchbox out of the desk and... Well, that's funny. It's gone.
Your lunchbox?
My desk.
Well, come on, Mr. Boynton. We'll go halvies on a glass of milk in the cafeteria.
But where in the world...
I can't discuss it in detail just yet, Mr. Boynton, but I'm worried. I need your advice.
Oh?
Tell me, what should a person do if this person befriended another person, only to find out that that person may not have been worthy of the first person's faith, in view of certain occurrences which, although the second person couldn't definitely be accused of them, circumstances seem to point the finger of suspicion and... Well, just tell me this, Mr. Boynton.
What, Miss Brooks?
How did I ever get to be an English teacher?
Come on over here, Miss Brooks. I got an empty table.
Oh, thanks, Walter. The cafeteria's pretty crowded today. Mr. Boynton's just getting me some milk.
This chicken a la king is swell today. You ought to try it.
It does look good. But, Walter, I'm surprised at your table manners. You're eating with your fingers.
Everybody's eating with their fingers today. The silverware's all gone. Yeah, including a fine set of Easterling knives and forks, donated by the wife of Madison High School's founder, Mrs. Yodar Critch.
Well, she'll never miss them. She's been dead 10 years. Oh, but this is awful, Walter. I can't help feeling it's my fault.
Your fault? What did you have to do with it?
I've got to tell somebody, and it might as well be you. Have you noticed the new custodian bustling around school today?
Yeah, come to think of it, I have. It seems like a very industrious chap.
He's industrious, all right. That's why I feel so responsible. Do you know where I met this gentleman?
Where?
In my kitchen icebox at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Wasn't it awfully chilly?
This is no kidding matter, Walter. This Joe Phillips broke into our place this morning, and when Mrs. Davis and I caught him, he said he just wanted a meal. He seemed so sincere, I brought him down to school and got him a job.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, you mean you talked Mr. Conklin into hiring a crook?
At the time, I was convinced he wasn't a crook, but in view of the day's events so far, I am now convinced that in spite of his very convincing approach, I was prematurely convinced. This isn't one of my better days.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, there's no reason for you to be so upset about it. Why don't we just call a cop and have him tossed into the pokey?
Because we haven't any evidence, Walter. Besides, I'd like to get him out of here without Mr. Conklin's knowledge. I'll never hear the end of it if he discovers I'd recommended a criminal.
Well, there must be something we can do. Oh, you should have called the police last night when you had him dead to rights. Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. You've got to get him back to your house again tonight. Have you got something you could lure him with?
I like to think I have. His most vulnerable spot is his appetite. He'll eat anything, as long as it isn't fried in deep fat. That murders him.
Then all we have to do is drop a casual remark that you're having a big turkey dinner at your place tonight, and that you're leaving the house right afterwards.
Where am I going?
To the show. The Baron of Arizona just came to town.
Is he taking me?
No, that's the name of the movie.
Oh.
Now, you tell Mr. Boynton about our plan and have him at your house tonight at 7:30 or so.
Quiet, Walter. Phillips is coming over here. Now, remember, you know nothing.
Right.
Well, good afternoon, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Phillips. This is Walter Denton, one of my students.
Glad to know you, son. Enjoying your food?
Oh, he's enjoyed every handful. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks. I'm kind of tired. I've had a very busy morning.
Yes, I know.
Of course, I'm not too familiar with the job as yet.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure you'll pick things up as you go along.
Mr. Conklin's expecting big things from me, I guess, and I'm going to do my best not to let him down, but after all, I only have 2 hands.
If you had more, there'd be no school by now.
Oh, and Miss Brooks, didn't you have to see one of the other teachers about something?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Please excuse me, Mr. Phillips. I've got to see one of the other teachers about something. See you later, Walter.
Bye. Now then, Mr. Phillips, you look to me like a man who likes to eat.
I do my share of it.
Yeah, me too. And if there's one thing I love, it's roast turkey.
Say, now you're talking.
There doesn't seem to be any room at the other table, so I'll have to join you, Denton. Hello there, Phillips.
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Is that all you're having for lunch, Mr. Conklin? A glass of milk and a donut?
It's all I require, Denton. I'm on a diet.
Yes, sir. Harriet told me about your salary check being held up, but if you're that glad...
Oh, quiet!
Say, that must be why Miss Brooks didn't have anything in front of her just now. She can't afford to eat.
Don't be silly. She's purposely not having any lunch because her landlady, Mrs. Davis, is roasting them a big turkey for tonight.
A big turkey?
A big turkey?
A big turkey.
Well, it's almost 8 o'clock. If he's coming at all, he should be here any minute.
Are all the lights out in the house, Miss Brooks?
I just sent Walter to put them out in the kitchen and dining room. I also told him to leave the back door unlatched. I'm running out of windows.
Oh, Miss Brooks, come here a minute.
What is it, Walter?
Look, on this kitchen table here, in this roasting pan.
It's a cooked turkey.
A beautiful cooked turkey.
Oh, now, isn't that sweet? Mrs. Davis must have left it for me when she went to her sister's. Put the lid back on, Walter.
Oh, this is great. Now we've got some real bait. Now, remember the plan. When we hear him come in, we wait till he's in the middle of the kitchen. Then Mr. Boynton jumps on him, I throw my belt around him, and you put the lights on, Miss Brooks.
Right. Now turn them off, Walter.
There. Gosh, it's sure dark in here.
Well, the darker the better. If we can get him by surprise.
Quiet. Somebody's coming right here. I see a flashlight.
I should have told him the door was unlatched.
Geronimo!
We've got you. You might have waited until I finished a drumstick.
Glenn.
Well, I just wanted to talk to you about something, Miss Brooks. There weren't any lights in front, so I thought I'd try the back way.
Through the window?
Well, that was an accident. But once I got the window open, I thought I'd come in and leave a note for you.
And in what handier place than buried in the stuffing of a turkey?
Please, Miss Brooks, let's go into the living room and talk this thing over.
Well, let's all go into the living room. We still expect company, you know.
Oh, yeah. You don't always snag the right weasel the first time.
Now that's the switch. Somebody's at the front door. Coming.
Hi, Miss Brooks, it's me.
Mr. Phillips, what do you mean by sneaking in the front way?
I'm not sneaking in. I just came over to explain a few things.
This I've got to hear. Come in.
So there you are.
Good evening, Phillips.
Oh, I'm glad you're here tonight, Mr. Conklin. I missed you at school this afternoon, and I was going to give Miss Brooks a message for you.
What kind of a message, Phillips?
Well, your daughter Harriet was very helpful today, sir. But when I told her to bring the silverware to the shop to be polished, she had it picked up a little too early, before lunch.
Yes, I know. That isn't the only mistake she made. While she was dusting, she put my watch and fountain pen in my desk, and I didn't find them till after school.
But what about the desks and sewing machines and the typewriter that were missing?
Oh, I just took them down to the cellar to repair them. They sure needed a good varnishing.
So does my suspicious mind. Mr. Phillips, I owe you an apology.
And so do I, Phillips.
Me too.
Fortunately, we've got something in the kitchen that'll make us all feel a lot better. Suppose we start carving that nice roast turkey.
Where do you keep your knives, my dear?
What was that?
It came from the kitchen.
Well, come on, let's investigate.
Right behind you.
Well, I should never have told Walter to unlatch that back door.
Why, Miss Brooks, what's happened?
Somebody swiped our turkey.
Returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean. Free of loose dandruff. Glistening with sheen. Soft. Manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
The Red Cross provides immediate help for victims of disaster, as well as long-term help. The rebuilding and repair of homes, extended medical care, and where needed, even the training for a new job. During 1949, almost 300,000 persons in over 300 disaster operations received vital Red Cross aid. This cost over $6.5 million. This year, when you contribute to the Red Cross, give generously. Help the Red Cross continue its good work.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch under the direction of Maurice Carlton. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Bob Sweeney.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton, with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, G.G. Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro Golden Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Ladies and gentlemen, 903, Rod.
903, Red.
Yeah.
Say, I hear you were a big success at the Associated Press dinner the other night.
Yeah.
Were there a lot of big stars there?
Yeah, the autograph collectors had a cute little gag, see? If a star came up, they let him sign a full page.
Yeah.
And if a feature player came up, they let him sign a half a page, and a bit player, quarter of a page, see?
Well, why are you so disappointed?
You ever sign a spitball?
Well, tell me, Red, did you have a nice Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I celebrated Thanksgiving like our Pilgrim fathers did.
You mean you took your gun, went out, and shot a turkey?
No, I shot the butcher for the price he was at.
Well, I see Anita Ellis is back from New York. Did you meet her at the airport?
Yeah, I went out to pick her up in my hot rod car. Boy, what a car. What a car. It's the fastest thing on rims. You ought to see it.
Hot rod, you mean you have one of those cars with no bumpers, no fenders, no windshield, and no top like the kids have?
Yeah, but mine goes one better. No motor. No motor.
Well, what did you do? Push your car all the way back from the airport?
Yeah, and Anita's all worn out.
You mean you made Anita push it?
Well, she had to. Her mother was pulling.
Well, if Anita pushed and her mother pulled, what did you do?
I just sat there and made it sound like a motor.
Oh, hello, Rod. Did you miss me?
I'll say he did.
No, did I?
Oh. Did I?
Did I?
Oh.
It's right there. All you got to do is read it. Did I?
Oh, that's me, huh?
Yeah.
Did I? I'll say I did. I went to...
Hey, do announcers get more money if they can read?
How'd you like me on the Jack Smith show last week?
Well, I didn't get to hear it. You see, my favorite program, Frost Warnings, is on at the same time. The smudge pots are in bloom now. No, I was kidding. I heard the show and you were wonderful, Anita.
Well, what else did you do in New York, Anita?
Well, I went to a wedding. My best girlfriend, Shirley Mitchell, got married. And by the way, Red, that was very thoughtful of you to send Shirley that present. She told me to thank you.
Oh, nothing.
What'd you send her, Red?
Oh, just a table service for 4.
Table service for 4, see? That sounds expensive.
You're not kidding. Paper plates are hard to get nowadays. I was through with them, so I just erased them and sent them to her.
Did you like the fly, Anita?
Oh, it was wonderful on the plane. I sat next to an Internal Revenue man. He was very interesting.
Yeah, did you have a good trip?
Yes, we hit only 3 air pockets.
Yeah, I bet the guy from the Income Tax Bureau was in every one of them.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly.
Scientific tests of America's 6 leading brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 doctors have proved conclusively. No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than Rollies. So smokers enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Rollies. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly cigarettes.
One of the best sellers this week is a recording made by Anita Ellis, the anniversary song from the Jolson story. Anita will sing it for us now.
Oh, how we danced on the night we were wed. We got our true love, though a word wasn't said. The world was in bloom. There were stars in the sky, except for the few that were there in your eyes. As I held you so close in my arms, angels were singing a hymn to your charms. Two hearts gently beating were murmuring low, my darling, I love you. blind, we find that our love is unaltered by time.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to the fact that we've had so many requests for the Baby Factory that was on the program a few weeks ago, I'm very happy to announce that it will soon be recorded and printed in book form. And now the story tonight from the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire is about railroads.
Chapter 1, Building the Railroads. Looking back, we find the building of our great railway system was difficult. Each day, progress was delayed by the men of the West.
Whoa! Whoa! Oh, come on, horse! Whoa! Hey, which one of you hombres there's the foreman of this rail laying outfit?
I am.
Well, we don't want no cattle rustling outfits going through our land.
We ain't cattle rustlers.
Oh, no? And what's them cow catchers on the front of them engines for?
Chapter 2, The Train Callers. One of the most confusing parts of the modern railroad station was the train caller.
On track 3, aboard.
This went on for years, but finally the railroad officials discovered the speaking system. Now travelers can understand the train callers. Today we hear the man calling trains clearly.
Here, train, here, train. Yeah, boy.
Chapter 3, Speed. Since the beginning of railroads, they have tried to give us speed and more speed. And now, although trains travel at the rate of 125 miles per hour, we still hear...
Hey, conductor.
Yes, sir.
What time's this train due in El Paso?
At 10 o'clock, sir.
Thought it was supposed to be a fast train.
Man, this is a fast train. Why, I leaned out the window to kiss my gal goodbye in Dallas and kiss the cow hello in Fort Worth.
Go on, I could get off this train and run faster than it's going and beat it to El Paso.
Then why don't you?
They don't expect me till the train gets there.
Chapter 4 is entitled The Inexperienced Traveler.
Willie, hurry over to this hot train.
Oh, shut up. Let go of my arm, too.
I'm not holding on to your arm.
My garter must have slipped again.
Well, I do hope we've got good accommodations this time.
Yeah, me too. The last trip, I couldn't sleep all night long. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
You weren't over the wheels. Your berth was in the middle of the sleeper.
I know, but the guy in the upper berth had sore teeth all night long. Clickety-clack. Hey, why don't we get somebody to carry this luggage here? I got more grips than the doorkeeper at a Masonic meeting.
Good heavens, look at the mob of people waiting to get on the train.
Come on, we'll take a shortcut. Come on.
Hey, you climbing over that fence. Get in line with the rest of the people.
I gotta hurry. I gotta miss my train.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Willie, get down before you tear your suit.
Oh, you couldn't tear this suit. This is a Davis and Panero. Looks like Davis is going to stay here, doesn't it?
All right, folks, stay in line now.
Here, get in front of me, dear.
Willie, you're breathing on the back of my neck.
So what?
You're bleaching my hair.
All right, show all tickets. Now, where are you going?
Oh, it don't make any difference. My wife's going with me.
You going Niagara Falls? Oh, are you all right?
Look, Bub. Don't ever mention water around me again.
No fighting now, Willie. No fighting.
No, don't start anything. Why don't you try being a little more polite?
I won't do it because politeness is what killed my brother.
Politeness never hurt anybody.
Killed my brother. He was a deep-sea diver. One day he saw a mermaid and tipped his hat.
Say, you saw a mermaid?
Yeah, you know what that is. That's a swordfish with slacks on.
All right, now where are you going?
Chicago. That's on the train, right?
The Chicago train is on the next track over.
Oh.
Here, you can go through here. You're not supposed to, but you will anyway.
He knows me pretty well, darn. Boy, look at the big wheels on them engines. Ain't that something? Oh, look, a mail coach. Look.
No funny stuff, Willie.
Oh, a little fun never hurt anybody. I'm going to stick my head in there and scare them, boy. Watch me. All right, boys, this is a stick-up. Sorry, no sense of humor, huh?
Now, will you stop trying to show off? Are you all right? I said, are you all right?
Look, either talk louder or help me find my ears, Greg.
Chapter 5. The Man Who Controls the Railroad Switches.
Well, here I am. I've been working on the railroad. Boy, what a job, what a job. Well, there goes old number 47 now. I got nothing to do but just sit around and twiddle my toes. I used to twiddle my thumbs, but I got going so fast one night, set my shirt on fire. Well, I'm waiting. I guess I'll just figure out my income tax. Now, let's see. What would 20% of $6.43 be? Oh, let them sue me. Let them. Well, it's 8:30 and old number 63's late. I guess I better call up the dispatcher here.
Hello?
Hello, this is Kadiddlehopper talking.
Oh?
Kadiddlehopper. Kadiddlehopper. K-A-Diddle. Hopper. It's Cliff. Hey, where's the 63 train?
Well, it'll be a little late. It's loaded down with college girls.
Oh, yeah? Loaded down college girls. The engineer probably told him he ran out of coal or something. Great gobs of goose eggs. There's a cow down there on the track. I better open the window and chase her off there. Still, a hamburger wouldn't taste bad. So I better chase her off there. Here, you! Hey, bossy, go home, go home.
Why? Don't you want to see me clam?
Why, it's Sarah Deuce. Howdy doody to you. Come on up, come on up. Boy, I hope you brought something to eat with her. Come in, sit down, sit down.
Gee, that's quite a climb up them stairs.
Yeah, well, make yourself at home. What's that box you're toting?
Well, I brought your lunch pail.
Lunch pail? Mm-hmm. Don't think I ever tasted one of them.
Oh, you don't eat the pail, Clem. The food's inside. Ain't you ever had no learning?
Well, my old man taught me all he knew, which still left me pretty much of an idiot, you know.
Why don't you wash them smoky windows so you can see the train?
I don't have to see 'em. I got myself trained. I hear a noise of the train, I just know what button to throw that switch, you know.
You mean you don't throw the switch till you hear the noise of the train?
No, funny thing happened last week, you know. I heard a noise coming from the north and the same noise coming from the south.
Oh, good heavens, what did you do?
Nothing. Just sit there and listen to one big noise.
Here comes the train.
Yep. Long one, wasn't it?
What one was it? It went by so fast I couldn't see it. Well, what was it, the limited?
No, that was the freight train. Our fastest limited is coming now.
Oh.
Sounds like the milk train, don't it?
Hey, Clem,
Wait till you hear that one go by and it goes...
Clem, what's this board?
Huh?
Gosh, look at all them buttons.
Well-
Nothing but buttons. What's this one here?
Well, I pressed the button there and it sidetracks the freight train, too.
Oh. Well, what's this button here?
Well, I can't tell you that. That's a secret, see.
Well, I'll keep it. I'll
Well,
cross my heart.
no, you can't keep a secret like this, you
Why?
know. Well, I'll tell you. You know there's a lot of A-bomb trains going through now, see?
Oh, stop being so mysterious. What is this button?
Just fell off my shirt. Now, if you don't mind, I got some work to do on the new invention here, a radar train stopper.
The radar train?
Yep.
What is that?
Well, now, listen, because this is really the plot of the whole thing. It's a safety control invented to stop trains. See, when two trains are headed for each other on the same track, well, I push this button when they get real close together, and it stops them.
Well, do you have to wait till they get close together?
Sure, it's more exciting that way. I'm going to try it on number 43 in the A train in just a couple of minutes. Oh, here they come.
Sam, I think you should sidetrack number 43.
Oh, they're about 150 feet apart now. Now I'll press the button.
Clem, look, them trains were on separate tracks and going in the same direction all the time.
I knew that. They didn't. Now you spoiled everything. Gee, they didn't know what was going to happen. The people listening didn't know what happened. And I saw a couple of them nudge each other and say, oh, boy, what a wreck this is going to be.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly.
That lovely star of humoresque, Joan Crawford, says, quote,
I've seen the reports, and it's true. Medical science has proved no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rawleys. That's why I choose Rawleys.
Right, Joan Crawford. Those tests were based on a method used by the United States government. So, friends, enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Rawley. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rawley cigarettes.
David Forrester and his Raleigh Cigarette Orchestra play a novel arrangement of Chopin's Minute Waltz.
Chapter 31 of Railroads is entitled Headache in a Pullman Coach. No railroad story would be complete without the traveler who is nursemaid to a little child.
Are you all right, Junior?
Yes, kiddo. I like riding on a train, you know. Really lumpy, clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
Tickets, please.
Oh, I forgot to put them in my overnight bag. Would you mind keeping an eye on my little grandson while I get them?
Oh, don't mind at all, ma'am. It'll be a pleasure.
Shall I tell him now or let it dawn on him?
What's your name?
Junior, better known as the hard way, you know.
Well, why are you hiding your face, Junior?
Oh, I don't.
You aren't bashful. Let the man see you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, it's you. Look, madam, you'll have to keep an eye on this lad.
Now, what did you do, Junior?
He was holding his hand out the window, and tell her what you did when we went through the last station.
Okay, there, tattletale, I'll tell. I snitched the mailbag.
Yes, and that's a federal offense.
Oh, I finally hit the jackpot, huh?
Junior, I don't know what I'm going to do with you.
Well, why don't you just put me in the mail sack and drop me off at the next station, see? And the postmaster won't know where I'm supposed to go because there won't be no address on me, see? Then they'll send me to the dead letter office. And I'll just lay there and just get moldy, you know? And nobody will ever know whatever happened to me. And then they'll just see me. Oh, no!
Well, now what's the matter?
I scared me down.
Don't cry.
Poor baby. Poor baby.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, you know. Bless his little heart.
Well, I have a feeling that this trip is going to make history.
Well, don't worry about it. Do like my grandpa does. When something happens that causes him a little trouble, he just gets a beer and forgets all about it, you know.
Oh, why beer?
Oh, I don't know. I guess he figures two heads is better than one. I don't know.
Cute kid. Where are you taking him? To the reform school?
No, I'm on my way back. They refused me.
Conductor, would you have the porter make up our berth?
Yeah, I couldn't sleep.
Well, just press that button and he'll come at once.
Oh, a button. Well, that'll keep him busy tonight, won't it, huh? Can I sleep in the widow hammock like I did before?
Yes, I'll let you. If you don't lie awake all night yelling, "Look, Grandma, I is a fish." Now, where is Junior? Junior!
Here I is, over here, kiddo. Here at the water fountain, punching holes in the Dixie cups.
You come here. It's time you were in bed.
Okay, kiddo, okay. Hey, I wonder what's moving behind that green curtain there. I'm going to find out. Well, don't yell, you scared me.
What do you want to do? Grow up to be a peeping Tom?
No, let Grandpa live his life. I live mine.
What do you have there? Where did you get all those shoes?
I found them in the easel.
They were put there for the porter to shine. Now you take them back and don't disturb anyone.
No, I only annoy the ones. Yeah, I just annoy those that are asleep, see. Boy, look at the size of these shoes. Ain't them awful? I bet the guy that wears these has to back into a room to admire a rug, you know. Goodness. Look, well, this pair goes here, I guess. Now let's see. Where does these go? Sports shoes. Now, where did I get these? Two-tone, one black and one brown. I just need them here. Boy, yes, I must have funny-looking feet, one bigger than the other. Look. Well, I'm going to get back to bed. Listen to that. Pig's loose. Boy, he sounds like the constellation with asthma, don't he? I'm going to climb up there and make him stop snoring. He's not going to keep me awake all night. I'll shinny up the curtain here. Oh, I tore me widow pajamas. It's a good thing they pink. The conductor.
What are you doing?
Huh?
You get back to your berth.
Yeah, I'm going to get some water. I'm getting some water over
All right, but hurry. It into bed with you.
Okay. He's gone now. I better get back to bed. Oh, look at that big foot sticking out of the curtain. Look at them toes. They work like candles, don't they? Wish I had a match. I'd light one of them. I wonder if he's ticklish. If I do, I get a weapon. And then again, maybe he's the type of a person who'd like a good laugh, you know. Then again, maybe he would get mad.
And then again, I don't know why I'm standing here wasting my time thinking about it. I'm going to do this anyhow. Maybe he's there. I'm going to bite his big toe and find out. Well, there goes the last of me baby teeth. Oh, I never do that again. Boy, this guy's really asleep, and I'm going to play teeter-totter on his leg. Ride the horse to Banbury Cross. Ride the horse to Banbury Cross.
There, now, I've caught him. Now, tell your grandmother.
You do, and you better count the coaches on this train every time it stops, I tell you that.
Oh, you wouldn't uncouple the coaches. You're kidding me.
You just keep laughing, kiddo, that's all. You find out. Yeah, you find out, boy.
Now, Junior, I heard that. And I've had just about enough out of you for one trip.
No, you hit me.
Enough. Now to bed.
No, I want some water.
You're not drinking any more water tonight.
I don't want it to drink. I want it to set in.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Grip cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
This is Red Skelton. Goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
What time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malding. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello.
Hey, Abbott!
Costello, here I am. What are you so excited about?
What am I excited about?
Yeah.
Two motorcycle cops just chased me up Sunset Boulevard.
What?
Boulevard.
What for?
What for?
Yeah.
Just because I had the green light with me for 6 blocks.
Oh, wait a minute now. Look. If you had the green light with you, why were the cops chasing you?
I had it in the back seat of my car.
You and your whole family are always in trouble with the law.
I guess you're right, Abbott. No, I guess you're right. Yes, indeed. During the last war, my brother Pat got arrested because he forgot to register for the draft.
He forgot to register.
Yeah, he was too busy milking his cows.
Milking his cow?
Mm-hmm.
He should have been at the front.
What for? The milk was at the other end.
You're a hopeless idiot, Costello.
Oh, please don't say that, Abbott. It isn't my fault. I had a very sad home life.
You did?
I did. I was born on a streetcar, and I never saw my mother.
Why not?
She forgot to get a transfer.
I'm convinced that you're a schizo.
A what, so?
A schizo. Skis. Haven't you ever experienced a schizophrenia?
Yes, the first time I put on a pair of skis, I fell on my frenia. But don't bore me out, Abbott. I don't feel so good. I went to the doctor, and he told me I was as sound as a dollar.
Well, if you're as sound as a dollar, then why are you feeling so bad?
Do you know the shape the dollar is in these days?
Costello, how does it feel to be a moron?
It feels pretty good once you're used to it.
Oh.
Well, there's a sample of the high-grade nonsense you'll be hearing for the next half hour. But before we get back to it, listen to this.
Stop, Howard. Where'd you get that black eye?
Oh, I met Marilyn Williams at the country club, and she asked me if I'd like to play around with her.
Yes?
How did I know she was talking about golf?
You look terrible, Costello.
I do?
Yes.
Well, I had a bad day, Abbott. When I left Maryland, I ran into a tough guy with a gun. He said, give me your money or I'll blow your brains out.
What did you do?
I told him to blow my brains out.
Why?
In this town, you can get along without brains, but you gotta have money.
Well, never mind that. There was a phone call for you. Some girl from the Burbank Theater.
Must be Reenie the Pooh. Reenie the Pooh, the bubble dancer. What a girl. She makes $1,000 a week.
Oh, that's ridiculous. How can a bubble dancer make $1,000 a week?
Big girl. Small bubble.
Does Marilyn Williams know that you're running around with this bubble dancer?
Oh, sure. I told her, and she took it like a trooper.
Like a trooper?
A stormtrooper.
Well, now, don't be too hasty in giving up Marilyn. Perlina LePoux, especially.
No, Reenie LePoux.
Reenie, is it?
She's French girl.
Oh, French girl. Are you sure that Miss LePoux loves you?
Oh, sure. Abba, she'd do anything for me.
Okay.
She loves me so much that she goes out with other fellas so I can get the proper rest.
Ain't she a nice girl?
Do you think you'll marry her?
Nope. We got different ideas about marriage. She wants to have 5 boys, enough for a basketball team.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I'm a football fan myself.
You get so stupid. Tell me, is there a school for morons?
Oh, sure there's a school for morons. You mean you didn't know it?
No, I didn't.
And all the time we thought you were playing hooky.
Costello, you'll be the death of me yet.
What was that?
I said you'll be the death of me yet.
Promises. All I get is promises.
Hey, you guys. You see a crazy man around here? What does he look like?
He's a skinny guy, 3 feet 2 inches tall and weighs 520 pounds.
Just a minute. How can he be skinny and weigh 520 pounds?
I told you he was crazy!
You know the door shut before he went out? 2 to 1, the sound guy's got the script upside down.
Well, he's crazy.
Hey, every week more crazy people come into this show. Last week, Abbott's wife walked in here with a rubber plant.
Now, wait a minute. What's the matter with my wife walking in here with a rubber plant?
Growing out of her head?
Mr. Costello. Hey, Mr. Costello.
All right, Norman, all right. What's the trouble?
Well, you know that box of matches you gave me yesterday for my mother?
Yes?
Well, she can't light them.
Well, here, give me the box. Now, I'll show you how to light them. Look, I just striped them on the seat of my pants.
I know, but she can't wait for you to come over to the house every morning when she wants to light the stove.
Norman! I got something for you, and I want you to keep it under your hat.
What is it?
A new head.
Costello, look, why don't you stop picking on Norman?
Oh, why don't he get out of here and get himself a job? Norman, when I was your age, I was working in a store for $3 a week, and in 5 years, I owned the place.
Yeah, but you can't do that nowadays, Uncle Louie.
And why not?
Now they've got cash registers.
That was Abbott's nephew, folks. And at the end of the season, we're going to send him to the Harvard Medical School in a bottle.
Oh, now look, Costello. Norman is a brilliant student of history. Right now, he's studying about the Egyptian pyramids.
What's that?
Well, they're great big things made out of concrete that took thousands of men to build them. Hundreds of years to finish them, and by the time they were finished, they cost millions and millions of dollars. In Egypt, they call them pyramids.
We got the same thing right here in California.
Yeah?
We call it the Hollywood Freeway. Talking about pyramids, did you see those cars on top of one another?
Yeah, yes, I saw them.
The joke vinks, don't it?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go now. I got myself a new job. I'm with Phil Spitali's all-girl orchestra.
Well, that's fine. How do you get along with all the girls?
Wonderful. He's got 40 girls, and every night after rehearsal, I'll grab each one of them and I kiss her goodnight.
Wait a minute. You kiss 40 girls? Aren't you overdoing it, Lou?
Yeah, but if you saw these girls, you'd be overdoing it, too.
What's your job with the orchestra, Lou?
Well, I tell you, I'm in charge of the girls' cello section. I'm the head bender.
Head bender?
Yeah. Every night when they get through playing, I help get their legs back in shape.
Isn't that dangerous work, Lou?
Well, I'm used to dangerous work, Abbott. In the summertime, I'm a high wire walker in the circus.
Do you use a net?
No, my hair is just naturally curly.
Have you ever had any other jobs working around women?
Oh, yeah. In my spare time, I'm the intern at the movie studio. I treat stars when they get hurt or something.
Oh, are you kidding? What do you know about first aid? Suppose a big star like Rita Hayworth fainted on the set. Now, how would you go about reviving her?
Well, I put my arms around her, and I hold her close, and then I smother her with kisses.
Well, what good would that do her?
I don't know about her, but it sure would do wonders for me.
Hello, boys.
Well, look, Costello, it's our singing star, Marilyn Williams. Marilyn, I want you to know that we're very happy that you came over here from England to sing for our show. I think you're wonderful, Marilyn.
Why, thank you, Mr. Abbott. In England, I was considered just another canary.
A what?
A canary.
How do you like that? Over here, we got nothing but those little yellow ones.
My, what is that I smell?
It's a new perfume I'm wearing. It's called Roy Rogers No. 5. Do you like it?
Why, yes. Trigger comes through just as clear as a bell.
Marilyn, why don't you marry me? I'll take you away from all this.
Oh, but I'm very happy, Lou. I have mink coats, diamond rings, automobiles, and thousands of dollars.
Okay, then I'll take all this away from you.
Don't pay any attention to him, Marilyn. Why don't you let me take you out over the weekend?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a date with a very sporty friend of mine, and if I go with him, he'll take me to the El Rancho Vegas and let me play roulette.
If you go with Abbott, he'll take you to the La Brea Tar Pits and let you pitch pennies.
I wouldn't blame Marilyn if she left this program and went back to England. You haven't done a thing for her since she's been with us, Lou.
Oh, no?
No.
How about that lovely big present I sent you?
You mean that manhole cover?
That was no ordinary manhole cover. That one came from Beverly Hills.
Marilyn, why don't you forget about Costello? I'm the man for you. You and I would get along together like ham and eggs.
That's Abbott, folks. Always putting himself first.
Well, Bud, I like both you and Lou, but I wish you'd both stop fighting over me.
Marilyn's right, Costello. You fight over her like a dog fighting over a bone.
Brother, when there's that much meat on a bone, I'll fight over it every time.
Take it easy.
Oh, let's forget about me, boys. How are you making out on your new picture?
Wait till you see me in that picture, Marilyn. I play the part of a reckless gambler. I'm a big plunger.
You're a what?
A big plunger.
Oh, that's fine. If our sink ever gets stopped up, I'll give you a call.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. Let's turn on the spotlight. Let's turn it on our singing gal from England.
Oh, that's great for us, and it's great for everybody listening. Here she is, folks, Marilyn Williams with Matty Malnick's music.
From the new Broadway musical, Where's Charlie? Here's a song I like. My darling, I've wanted to call you my darling for many and many a day. My darling, I fluttered and played like a starling My courage just melted away. Now all at once you kiss me, and there's not a thing I'm sane enough to say, except my darling, get used to that name, my darling, it's here to stay. My darling, I've wanted to call you my darling for many and many a day. My darling, I fluttered and fled like a starling. My courage just melted away. Now all at once you kiss me, and there's not a thing I'm sane enough to say, except my darling, get used to that name, my darling. It's here to stay.
Yeah, but I just got myself a swell job, washing the windows of the chorus girls' dressing rooms at Earl Carroll's theater.
Some job. Washing windows of the chorus girls' dressing room. What do you see in that?
Plenty. After I get them clean. My Uncle Mike got me the job. He's a pretty big man in this town.
Your Uncle Mike is a nobody.
Is that so? Well, last night, my Uncle Mike was invited to a big Hollywood sneak preview.
But your Uncle Mike is not in pictures. Why was he invited to a big sneak preview?
He's one of the biggest sneaks in town.
And he's also just like you, always broke.
He is not. My Uncle Mike has a great reputation. He can walk into any bank in Hollywood. All he has to say is 4 words, and they give him all the money he wants.
What are the 4 words?
This is a stick-up.
No, I don't see how your Aunt May puts up with Mike.
Well, they get along pretty good.
I can't see it.
Uncle Mike is the boss in this house. Aunt May runs the kitchen, and she tells the cook what to do. She tells the maid what to do, and she tells the gardener what to do.
What about Mike?
He can say anything he wants to the cat.
Well, at least he's got some home life. Costello, why don't you find a nice woman that's the home type?
I got one. Last night I said to her, let's go out for dinner. She said, no, Louis, I'll cook dinner for you. Then I said, how's about going to a nightclub? And she said, no, Louis, we'll stay home and listen to the radio and save money.
Oh, wait a minute. She sounds wonderful. Where did you meet her?
My father introduced me to her.
What did he say?
He says, Louis, this is your mother.
Yeah, dummy, why don't you find a nice girl and ask her to marry you?
I did have it. I asked that little blonde school teacher next door to marry me.
And then what did she say?
She said, ask my father.
Well, did you ask her father?
He didn't appeal to me.
Oh, Mr. Costello, I got a note for you here.
This time he beat the door in.
Oh, Mr. Costello.
Let him walk through the door.
Oh, Mr. Costello, I got a note for you here.
I'm not answering you. I like it the other way.
Wait, you say you got a note for Costello? Well, I take it, Lou. Who's it from, Lou?
It's a fair note from one of my listeners. It says, Dear Mr. Costello, your portrayal of Sam Shovel, private detective on the radio, is my favorite program. It's so funny that last week while listening to you, I simply died laughing. I'm coming to the studio tonight. I hope he gets in this time.
He made it.
Mr. Costello, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
A corpse with a smile on his face.
Abbott, a Sam Shovel detective. I'm scaring half the people in the country to death.
What about the other half?
The Thomas Committee will take care of them.
Well, never mind that. What is your Sam Shovel story for tonight?
It's one of my most famous cases. I call it the case of the boy named Tony, whose mother kept him locked in a closet, or Tony's Home Permanent.
Sounds interesting. Well, let's get on with the case.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. I'm sitting in my little office with my legs crossed. The hard way. The hard way. Behind my back. I'm sitting here typing a report on a famous criminal. Pulling the criminal out of the typewriter. I turn to my desk and pick up a piece of paper.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do.
It's notepaper. I decide to clean out my desk and throw all the old bills into the wastebasket. That was my light bill. That was the water bill. That was just plain bill. I glanced down at the desk. There lies a full run of one of my early cases. The case of the murderess with the long golden hair. I made a lot of money out of that case. She was a beauty. I was dying to meet her. I spoke to her in Kansas City, but she gave me the brush. I tried to talk to her in Cleveland, but she gave me the brush. In Washington, she gave me the brush. In Buffalo, she gave me the brush. I never got acquainted with her, but I made a fortune selling her brushes. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Every day he drops into my office to chew the fat. I wish Abbott would stop chewing the fat. My arm is full of teeth marks.
The door closed. Hello, Sam. Sam Shovel.
That's Lieutenant Abbott. He's a brilliant man. He hasn't spoken for 3 pages. Now he comes on with a line bristling with humor saying, "Hello, Sam Shovel."
Sam.
And you're in.
Why do you stay cooped up here all day? Why don't you hire a typist to do your office work?
I had a typist, Lieutenant, but I had to let her go. She could only type with one finger.
Why?
She had only one finger. She came from a very poor family. She had 9 thumbs.
A typist with 9 thumbs?
Every time she hit that space bar, the typewriter jumped off the desk.
Any new cases today, Sam?
Yes, a guy came in here this morning and told me he shot both of his aunts. He put 6 bullets in one of them and 4 bullets in the other. And he wanted my advice.
Well, what'd you tell him to do?
I said, go home and get the lead out of your aunts.
Sam, I've got a case for you. The chief wants you to shadow Striptease Susie, the burlesque queen, and see if you can get something on her.
What?
Clothes. You know Striptease Annie? Or Susie? Or wait, Susie. Do you know Striptease Susie, Sam?
Doesn't matter who it is. I'll get it. I saw her on the stage once. She came out to do her fan dance. A mouse ran out in front of her, and Susie dropped her fans.
What happened?
The mouse fainted.
Well, forget about that case, Sam. How would you like to help me collect some evidence against Waterfront Lil? I think her cafe on the riverbank is a hangout for the smugglers, but I need more information.
I'll help you, Lieutenant Abbott. I'll go down there with you. Hand me my fishing pole and that can of bait.
What do you want with the bait?
I'm going to worm the information out of her.
Sam, you're a tough detective. Waterfront Lil used to be your girl, and here you are ready to double-cross her.
Yes, Lieutenant Abbott. I'm a detective through and through. Why, I'd double-cross my brother.
Hello, Sam.
Get out of here before I double-cross you.
Who was that?
My brother.
Now, come on, Sam. We're going to Waterfront Lil's Cafe.
There we were in the toughest part of town. The hangout for tramps, cutthroats, and vagrants. Suddenly, the exciting odor of taboo perfume fills the waterfront air. I wonder where it's coming from.
It's me. I'm covered with taboo perfume.
Who are you?
Oh, just a fragrant vagrant.
No matter what we give Abbott's nephew, he gets nothing.
Come on,
Just a
Sam.
check every week. That's all he gets.
Hey, Sam, there's Waterfront Lil's Cafe over there.
I don't like the looks of that place, Lieutenant.
Why not?
Sailor just come out of the door, and he's walking down the street holding his girl's arm.
Well, lots of sailors walk down the street holding their girl's arm.
While the girl is still in the cafe. We walked toward the cafe. Lieutenant Abbott was looking left and right. He has shifty eyes. He shifted him in a second. Together we entered the saloon through the doors. They were swinging doors. They were really swinging tonight. The place was full of tough mugs. A guy 8 feet tall walked toward us. He was a longshoreman. He was a longshoreman. I just got it myself. We should read the script once in a while, Abbott. He was the longest shoreman I ever saw. He took a punch at Lieutenant Abbott's chin. Abbott has a glass jaw. I wasn't going to stand there and let that man do that to my friend Lieutenant Abbott. This man was 8 feet tall, so I hit him with a left, I hit him with a right, I hit him with another left, another right. I knocked him down. Then I took his crutches away and broke his pencils. I looked up. Waterfront Lil was standing beside me. She was more beautiful than ever. She spoke.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Miss Waterfront.
Call me Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Okay, Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Never mind the romancing, Sam. You've got to find out if she's a smuggler.
Okay.
Be subtle. Don't let her know you're after information. Okay, take it easy. All right. Okay.
Lil, are you a smuggler?
Sam, I'll tell you if you promise not to turn me over to the police. Now, promise you won't turn me over.
Why should I turn you over? You can't look any better on the other side.
Oh, Sam, you're so sweet. Come here. I'm going to give you a kiss that will take the curl out of your hair.
Well,
Sam, speak to me.
Lieutenant Abbott, call up my mother and tell her I'm no longer a Tony twin.
Well, Lil, I got you at last. I'm taking you in.
Oh, no, you're not. You'll never take me alive.
Quick, Sam, put the handcuffs on her.
She got me. I'm shot.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Quick, Lieutenant, call an ambulance. We'll take Sam to the hospital.
No, not the ambulance.
Sam, don't you want to go to the hospital?
Yes, but I ain't riding in no ambulance through that Los Angeles traffic. A man can get killed that way. I'll walk.
Oh, quick, get him out of here.
All right, folks, our madmen aren't through with you yet. Right now, they want you to hear this.
Costello, you certainly gave a brilliant performance as Sam Shovel tonight.
Thank you, Bud Abbott.
You're full of pep. Yes, sir, you certainly were effervescent tonight.
Did you ever see me when I ever wasn't? Ever wasn't. Now I know what happened to Baron Munchausen's riders. We've got them.
Oh, good night, folks.
Good night to everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda, and featuring Marilyn Williams and Matty Malnick and his orchestra. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is shoe. S-H-O-E.
Sure enough? You bet your life.
The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a young mother and a grandfather. And here they are, Mrs. Sherry Van Pelt and Mr. Frederick Hall. Meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. A young mother and a grandmother. A young mother and a grandmother. No, a grandfather, huh? Mrs. Sherry Van Pelt. That's a pretty fancy name, isn't it? How old are you, Sherry?
18.
18, huh? And a mother?
Mm-hmm.
Land sakes, these new inventions they have today. Grandpa, Frederick Hall is your name. Is that right?
Right.
Frederick Hall. Where are you from, Pappy?
I was originally from Massachusetts, born in Rockport, about 36 miles north of Boston. Came to Los Angeles in 1910.
Well, you're really an old settler, huh?
Almost a native son.
How old are you?
I'm 73.
73? Well, you don't look it. I thought you were about 60. What sort of work do you do, Mr.
Well, I'm at present practicing law. For 18 years, I was serving the city of Los Angeles as public defender up to 48.
Well, the city of Los Angeles can use all the defending you can get, huh? What sort of work does your husband do, Sherry?
He's a machine operator for a television antenna manufacturer.
You say he's a machine operator?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And how'd you meet him?
Oh, we were
Was he operating
school.
at the time? You met in school?
Yes.
You happily married?
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Well, that's unusual. As a young mother, did you have any children?
Never.
Naturally, you say, well, I'm glad to hear it. What you meant was that you couldn't be a mother unless you had children. Isn't that it?
Of course.
Well, that's not quite true. I've got children, and I'm not a mother. How many whippersnappers do you have? How many children do you have?
One. Girl.
A girl? Mm-hmm. And how old is this little girl?
1 year.
Did you give up a career to get married?
School.
You were glad to get out of the classroom,
Mm-hmm.
huh? What was there about your husband that swept you off your feet?
Oh, yes.
Could you talk a little bit louder?
Mm-hmm.
You look beautiful, but they'd also like to hear what you're saying. You'll either have to talk louder or do Grimes or something. He was good looking?
Had a nice car. It was real smooth.
He was smooth, eh? What do you mean by smooth? You mean he hadn't started to shave yet? Grandpa, you're still over there, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Glad to hear it. It isn't often that old granddad lasts this long. Well, that's not the point. Let's get back to where we were, huh? Do you have any children?
4. 2 boys, 2 girls.
Uh-huh. Grandchildren?
8.
Mm-hmm. Were any of your grandchildren named after you?
No, they were not. My younger son married a bishop's daughter, and so they took the names of their children out of the Bible. They have Peter and Matthew, Luke, and Mark.
Well,
now, the next one may be Hezekiah. I don't know. Might be Rachel.
How long have you been married, Fred?
46 years.
Have you been happy all that time?
Absolutely.
46 years of marriage, 2 wars, a stock market crash. Yes, we have no bananas, and the thing. And through it all, I want to ask you one question. I want to ask you, why didn't you shoot yourself? Huh?
Well, I never was able to get a gun that I thought I could hold.
Now, what are the problems that confront a year-old bride?
Oh, mostly that she can't find any friends that are married that are that young.
Grandpa, are you still happy?
Still
what do you suggest? How can Sherry find some friends her age?
Well, I'd suggest perhaps joining some club, youthful membership.
You mean like the campfire girls?
That'd be good.
I was a campfire girl until my voice started to change right in the middle of Polly Wally Doodle all the day. You belong to any clubs?
Yeah, I belong to the Elks.
The Elks, huh? Oh, that's so. How long have you been an Elk?
30 years.
Well, you're a fine-looking specimen. How much would you charge to hang over my fireplace?
Well, I might do it for consideration.
Now, what is the purpose of the Elks Club?
Well, primarily charity, and this year we're adopting the program nationally of cerebral palsy. We initiated a program which we hope will be carried out throughout the United States.
Well, all this world needs is more people like you, Fred. Grandpa, you're still happy, aren't you?
Oh, yes, still happy.
Well, I'm happy that you're happy.
Well, I'm
confidentially, now, in all your years of marriage, have you ever kissed anybody besides your wife?
Well, not seriously.
Well, you've got a wonderful opportunity right now, eh,
Oh,
Sherry?
boy.
Sherry, you wouldn't mind kissing a man who's old enough to be your great-grandfather, would you? No. Okay, here we go. Fred, you can take the other side, huh?
Okay, I'll do that.
Well, now, let's get down to serious business. As though that wasn't, eh? Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play your Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. Right now, there's an important matter I want you to know about.
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you. DeSoto. DeSoto is the car that's a revelation to ride. DeSoto Plymouth dealers now presented nationwide. So drive a new DeSoto before you decide. The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Yes, revelation is the word to describe the pleasure you'll get driving as well as riding in the great new 1951 DeSoto. All across the country, in every state and every city, car owners are proving this to themselves by getting behind the wheel of this proud new car. They're experiencing for the first time what riding comfort there is in DeSoto's brand new Oriflow shock absorbers and spring construction, as these wonderful new features level out the bumpiest roads. They're experiencing the thrill of the new higher-powered DeSoto engine with its extra get-up-and-go. They're relaxing on DeSoto's luxurious chair-high seats and knowing an entirely new feeling of security because of DeSoto's bigger brakes that stop you quickly and easily. And, of course, it's DeSoto that lets you drive without shifting. So no wonder, all over the country they're buying
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
See it tomorrow, for sure.
All right, here we go. Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected familiar words beginning with the letter C. Here's your first question. You got $20. How much are you going to risk?
10.
You're partners in this together now. $10? What do you call a student in a military or naval academy? It begins with the letter C.
Cadet.
A cadet is right.
You have $30.
You're flying high here, Pappy. You got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
Well, we'll try about 20, don't you think?
All right. What do you call the freightman's car that is attached to a train? It begins with the letter C.
Caboose?
Caboose is right.
Well, you're climbing. You have $50 now.
All right, you got $50. Here's your third question. How much you going to try?
45.
That's right. Okay.
45. What do you call a crested bird of the parrot family? It begins with the letter C. Cockatoo is right.
Now you have $95.
Grandpa spent a lot of time in the woods, I think. He wasn't chasing elks all the time. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much you going to bet?
Okay. 80
How
bucks.
much?
$80.
$80. What do you call the little colored pieces of paper thrown at parties and parades that begins with the letter C? Confetti is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $175.
Stick around, Sherry. I'll see you later.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still shoe. We invited some chefs from Mexican restaurants to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Roque Valdivia. His partner is a housewife, Mrs. Kathleen Duffy. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. Mrs. Kathleen Duffy. You're the housewife, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from? That's
Corsicana, Texas.
Corsicana, Texas. It's needless for me to ask you what nationality you are. I mean, way back, I know you were born in this country. Kathleen Duffy is really a good old Irish name, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Can you speak Gaelic at all? Speak English?
A little.
Oh, that's enough for me, huh? Now, where is your native habitat?
I just told you.
Oh, it serves me right for using words I don't understand. What sort of work does your husband do?
He's a personnel manager for CPS.
CPS? Now, what is CPS?
Well, that's California Physician Service, Blue Shield.
Well, how'd you meet him? Were you introduced to him?
Well, there was more to it than that.
Well, I hope so, but... how'd you meet him, Katie?
Well...
I'll call you Katie, huh?
All right.
I named you after a railroad.
I was coming home one
I'll
afternoon.
make tracks for you later.
And as I came up the front walk, I saw this very nice-looking young man coming out the front door. And as he started down the front steps, I noticed that he had all of my silverware in his hand. And he explained to me that his mother had been having a dinner party, or was going to have one. She had called my neighbor and had asked if she could borrow the neighbor's silver. So he had come to what he thought was the neighbor's house, but had gotten into my house by mistake. And had picked up my silver and started out the door with it. And he wasn't a burglar at all.
Were you disappointed?
No.
You'll have to pardon me for being a little confused tonight. Somebody gave me a new boomerang for my birthday, and I've driven myself crazy trying to throw the old one away. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Valdivia? Is that
Mexican restaurant.
You're from a Mexican restaurant?
Oh, yes.
Well, buenas noches, señor.
Buenas noches, señor.
¿Cómo está?
Muy bien. ¿Y usted?
I'm fine. I speak Spanish fluently, huh? So be careful what you say. Where are you from, señor?
Yo vengo de la República Mexicana, León, Guanajuato. Mexico.
Well, is that with coffee or just plain? What is the name of your establishment?
El Coyote Spanish Cafe, 105 North La Brea, Los Angeles.
Well, what do you serve in your restaurant?
Mexican food, dishes.
Mexican dishes?
Real Mexican dishes.
Could you serve me a tall one who likes the smell of a good cigar? I mean, specifically, what do you serve? Like chili con carne?
Enchiladas, chili rellenos, tacos, and huevos y jamón.
What time do you stop at Acapulco? Huh? Now, let's take them one. Did you ever hear the Mexican weather report? Chilly today and hot tamale? That's an old joke. Senor, why is Mexican food so hot?
Well, it runs back to the history of the Indians that started growing the chili. The chili is very hot. The country is very warm. And
the country,
so
Mexico is a hot country.
It's a very hot country in Mexico.
That's odd, because some of my friends recently went to Mexico because it was too hot for them here in L.A. Well, thanks to you, too, I know a great deal about Mexican food. Now, let's see if you know a great deal about these questions. You've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500. That's the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the
young mother and the grandfather won $175.
I can give you $20. You selected fictional crime solvers. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to go for? Talk right up, Katie.
No, not too high. $10.
$10. $10, huh? All right. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle created what detective?
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes is right.
And you're on your way. You have $30.
All right, you got $30. You're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 you going to bet? 25. Talk up.
25.
25.
25. How much would that be in pesos?
Oh, that's a big figure, mister. I mean...
Well, you got a big figure, too. How much would that be in pesos?
I have to get my pencil. That's,
You have to get your pencil. What kind of... How much is that in pesos?
$1 is $8.
No, you figure it up. I'm not from Mexico, huh?
It's a lot of money.
Oh, it's a lot of money, huh? So, I'll get bigger. Oil Dad Biggers created a portly Chinese detective who was the father of a large family. Who is it?
Charlie Chan.
Charlie Chan is right.
Now you're trying to $55.
All right, you got $55. Here's your third question. How much you going to bet?
50.
Talk up, Katie.
50.
This is really the melting pot, isn't it?
50.
$50 you're going to bet? Now, how much is that in pesos? All right, Dashiell Hammett created a tough private detective with a secretary named Effie. He was also on the radio. Who is it?
Sam Spade.
Sam Spade is right.
Now you have $105.
That little Irish lass is a pretty shrewd cookie. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are we going to bet at 105?
What? Oh. Whoa. Yes. Oh. Won't we bet all?
No. I want to have a car fare to go home.
I'll give it to you. Let's bet it all.
Katie will give you a car fare to go home.
Yes.
How much are you going to bet?
Okay, how much?
Where do you live?
Where do you live? He lives in San Diego.
All right, let's bet it all.
Okay.
Yes.
You're going to bet $105? Now, how much is that in Mexican pesos?
Want to figure?
I want you to figure it
that's
out.
860 pesos. And, let's see, it's 860 is 900 and close to 1,000 pesos.
That is...
You'd be loaded in Mexico, huh?
I'd be a man over there.
You'd be a big shot over there.
Mister.
Okay, you'd be a mister. Here we go. Earl Stanley Gardner created a lawyer who solves crimes. His secretary is Della Street. Who is it?
Perry Mason.
Perry Mason is
You also won $210.
How much is that in pesos?
I mean, I'm going to have to get my pencil.
All right, we'll see you later, kids. You stick around now, huh?
Groucho, secret word is still shoe. We invited some airline hostesses and some jockeys to the program tonight. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Dorothy Goff, Mr. Gordon Glisson, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. If you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you have with you. An airline hostess and a jockey, eh? Miss Dorothy Goff, is that right?
That's right.
Where are you from?
I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Uh-huh. And somebody out there from Spokane. You live in L.A. now, Dorothy?
Yes, I do.
Which of the airlines do you work for, Dorothy?
I work for Western Airlines.
Mm-hmm. You're the jockey, Gordon? I'll call you Gordon, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from?
I'm from Winsboro, South Carolina.
Are you married?
No, sir.
How old are you, Gordon?
20.
20, yeah. What's your age, Dorothy?
I'm 22.
You're 20 and you're 22, huh? You want to know how old I am?
Yes, how old are you?
I'm not going to tell. No, I just wanted to see if you cared. How tall are you, Dorothy?
I'm 5'4.5".
Uh-huh. And you, how tall are you?
I'm about 4'11".
Say, you're just about the right size for each other. It's amazing how I get these perfect matches. You're a very attractive girl, Dorothy. Are all airline hostesses as pretty as you are?
Well, the company makes it a point to hire girls on the attractive side.
Well, I don't know which is your attractive side, but there's certainly nothing wrong with the one I'm looking at. Why do the airlines insist on attractive hostesses?
Well, they think it's good for business.
Well, it is. There's nothing like an attractive hostess to keep a man up in the air. Now, is there anything about your passengers, Dorothy, that annoys you?
Yes. Passengers who don't abide by the rules, such as
what?
Not fastening their seatbelts and getting on board with liquor, smoking cigars and pipes, and are only supposed to smoke cigarettes.
You mean I can't smoke my cigar on your plane?
Well, we use discretion and...
Well, I use tobacco. I find it far superior than discretion.
If you don't annoy the lady passengers, you may.
You mean I can smoke cigars if I don't annoy the lady passengers? Well, in that case, I won't smoke my cigar. I'd much rather annoy the women passengers. I didn't know there was a choice. By the way, Gordon, where do you do your riding?
Right now I'm riding at Santa Anita.
Uh-huh. Did you always ride at Santa Anita?
No, sir. I have ridden in practically every track in the country. And
is that so? I'd like to see you ride the Santa Fe track to Albuquerque. Now, as a jockey, what about you, Gordon? I presume you've had many thrilling experiences, haven't you? What's the biggest thrill you ever had?
I guess one of the biggest thrills I ever had was being leading rider of the country last year.
You were the leading rider of the country?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Oh, well, I'd have much more respect for you had I known that. I thought you were just an apprentice jockey. How about it, Dorothy? Are you beginning to feel romantically inclined towards this young squirt? Am I doing a good job of bringing you two together?
I think I like him a little older, a little taller, and more in my line of work.
I see. Gordon, is there good money in horse racing? For example, how much does the top jockey earn in a year?
Well, most of the top riders earn anywhere from $75,000 to $100,000 a year.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of that, Dorothy?
No, I wasn't.
Gordon, as far as Dorothy is concerned, you just aged a couple of years. Added a couple of feet in height, and she just loves horses. Dorothy, I'm only kidding. I know you're not interested in a man who makes a paltry $100,000 a year.
No.
Just chicken feed, a paltry $100,000. Paltry $100,000. Just chicken feed, a paltry $100,000. If you think you're going to escape from that joke, you're mad. By the way, that's some animal crackers. The Mexican weather report, chilly today and hot tamale. I didn't get any last night. Didn't get much better this time. I guess there's not much interest in the Mexican weather up here. Well, thanks to you two, I know all about horses and airplanes. And in the future, I'll be sure to keep both feet on the ground, and I hope you two are very happy together. Now, let's see how well you make out in the quiz. You run your $20 and more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The Mexican chef and the housewife are leading with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can bid your $20. You selected capitals of states. And here is Fenneman, the Valiant. Now, how much are you going to bet on the first question?
$5.
$5? What is the capital of Colorado?
Denver.
Denver is right.
Well, you're on your way. You have $25.
Remember, now you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $15 you're going to bet on your second question?
Oh, 25.
25 they have. How much are you going to bet on your second question? Shows you how much attention I pay to you.
20.
20?
What's it?
15. What is the capital of South Carolina?
Columbia.
Columbia is right.
You have $40 now.
$40. Here's your third question. How much you going to bet?
What's that, 40?
20.
20. What is the capital of New Hampshire? Talk it over.
I don't know.
You've been flying the wrong route. I'm sorry. It's Concord.
You now have $20.
Oh, well, you only got $20. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. You're coming on the rail now. You're on the inside and you're coming through there, Gordon. Here's your last chance. What is the capital of New York?
Albany.
Albany is right.
You wind up with $40.
You wound up with $40, and that means that the big
Mexican chef and the housewife with $210.
How much is that in pesos?
Get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
See you later, kids. Stick around for the big money, yeah?
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you, DeSoto.
Yes, here's a car that's really different this year. The 1951 DeSoto. With more new beauty, more new power, more new riding comfort than ever before. Every luxury, every convenience, every economy has been designed into this finest of fine DeSotos to give you the driving pleasure you've always dreamed about. Yet the new DeSoto, the car that's really new and different, costs very little more than the very lowest priced cars. And it lets you drive without shifting. DeSoto gives you chair-high seats, big 12-inch brakes, waterproof ignition, new type automatic choke, increased visibility, and most wonderful of all, the ride's a revelation, thanks to the amazing cushioning action of the new Oriflow shock absorbers. The news is getting around fast. DeSoto is the really new car of 1951. That's why folks all over are flocking to see
the 51 DeSoto. That's a revelation to ride.
And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell the great new Plymouth.
Here comes the winning couple, Groucho. The Mexican chef and the housewife all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
You know, if you should win this money, you're going to have to tell me how much this is in pesos. Well, maybe you better throw it. All right, here we go. Here we go for $1,500. I give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and no help from the audience. Here it is. A girl named Mary Ball became the mother of a famous American. For $1,500, tell me, who was Mary Ball's son? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
That was for Bank Jr.
No, I'm sorry. It's George Washington. You're way off. The correct answer is George Washington. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
$210.
$210 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
Good night, folks, and remember, now just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Start your car with your garage doors open and warm up outside. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
find Mr. Victor Cook and his son, Mr. Rushcook. The former is established at the library table, busy with some paperwork he's brought home from the office, while the latter, dilapidately athwart the Davenport, somewhat sluggishly glances through a volume of vigorous fiction. And at length, after a silence of considerable duration, one of our friends observes,
That was a funny train of thought.
What?
I just had a comical train of thought.
Indeed.
I've got a chunk of apple stuck on my left cheek, and for the past hour I've been planning to stick my tongue out and snake it in. And just when I got the energy all pumped up to go ahead with the operation, my brains got all kind of warm and sticky and comfortable, and my muscles relaxed, and I wasn't much more than a half-wit. Sensation lasted for maybe 20 seconds.
You're recovered now?
Yep. My brain power returned with a rush, and once again I'm a complete half-wit. I mean I'm a complete whole-wit. Do I mean complete whole-wit? Do I mean complete whole-wit or complete half-wit? I'll answer my own question. Complete whole-wit. Naturally, I'm not any complete half-wit, just an ordinary half-wit. Hey, what am I talking about?
I thought we agreed not to do any talking at all.
By George, so we did. I forgot.
Like this every time I bring homework from the office.
Well, I'll give you an explanation as to why.
Why do I bring homework from the office in the first place? I do it because I figure it's quieter here and that I can concentrate better. You know that. You ought to know it, because I've told you 40,000 times. But no. I bring work home from the office and sit down and try to concentrate, and here's my leather-headed son sprawled on the Davenport mumbling nonsense. What are you doing in the living room anyway?
Ouch!
Why do you scream out?
I've been sitting on my foot and went to sleep. And the supply of blood being cut off from the various arteries, a terrible pang of agony like pins and needles being thrust into my flesh.
This is the kind of a thing I mean. Consider yourself banished from the house until supper time. Go. We won't talk, we won't argue. We'll simply part on friendly terms and hope that it's up to...
Can I help it if I bump my head against the back of the Davenport?
Why did you bump your head against the back of the Davenport?
I was starting to get up and go away as you directed. But the minute I stepped on this foot that's been asleep, I began to collapse. And my body lurched crazily at a 45-degree angle, upsetting my equilibrium and causing me to hurtle helplessly.
Somebody's in the kitchen.
Oh, Sadie. Uncle Fletcher.
Oh, my.
Oh, Sadie. He's coming in. You might as well answer.
Hello, Uncle Fletcher.
Well, Vic, honey, old boy.
I bring homework from the office because I figure it'll be quiet and I can concentrate.
Mm-hmm.
I beg your pardon?
I beg yours.
You said something?
I felt a cough or a sneeze or something coming on, and I knew any noise like that would infuriate you, so I attempted to block off my larynx and throat and tonsils and epiglottis with my Adam's apple.
And
Rush, honey, on deck two. I'll be afternoon, Rush, honey, old boy. Vic, I bet you brought work home from the office. Am I right? If I'm right, let it go. If I'm wrong, don't say a word. Rush, there's a morsel of something on your cheek, apple. Why?
You go someplace, Uncle Fletcher?
No.
I asked because I noticed you're carrying your valise.
Why, yes. I forgot. The numbskull fathead police completely slipped my mind. I am going someplace.
Where are you going?
Here.
I see.
I'm going here. You're here. Who is here? You are. I am here. Sure you're here. This is no place for the tiny tots, Rush, honey. Go down somewhere.
I brought work home from the office so I could have it quiet and concentrate.
Seeing this valise in my hand, Vic, reminds me that I am in a towering fury. I have come over here to stay with you a few days.
Oh, is that so?
I am in open rebellion against my landlady.
Has Mrs. Keller laid down the law?
Mrs. Keller has overstepped the mark. Mrs. Keller has piled on the straw that broke the camel's back. Mrs. Keller, like the needle's eye, has torn the serpent's tooth from the ungrateful child.
I expect she is...
Go down, fella, Rush. This conversation is not for the tiny tots. This conversation is strictly for the grown-ups. Go down, fella, sir, I say. Vic, you go down for it, too. Huh? I mean, you stay here.
Okay, I believe I will.
Rush, you stay here also. Okay. But there's nothing about this conversation which is not suitable for a child to hear.
Well,
Vic, go down, fella.
Hey, Uncle Fisher, aren't you a little off your knocker?
Any man with me off their knocking?
Well, what'd your landlady do?
What'd my landlady do? That's rich.
Hey, you still working? Can I interrupt you for a minute?
What'd my landlady do? That's rich.
Here's Mama.
What'd my landlady do, you say?
No, I say here's Mama.
That's rich.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Uncle Fletcher.
I won't tell you what happened in her, Dan.
Disturb me a whole minute. Disturb me a minute and 40 seconds.
Was that in there with you, Uncle Fletcher?
Yeah. And me, Ma.
Are you being distracted from your work, Dave?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Uncle Fletcher.
Good afternoon, Sadie, honey. I have here my valise, and I am availing myself of your...
What are you doing down in your father?
Well, it's a long story, Ma. But I think I can make the whole thing clear in 10 minutes of rapid explanation. In the first...
Well, I'll say what I come in to say, Vic, and then I'll see if I can't shoo this crowd out of here.
Okay.
I just met Mr. Erickson out in the alley. He at last managed to get a hold of lumber for a new railing for our front porch, and the carpenters will be here in the morning.
Well.
And he says it'd be a great help. If we knocked the old railing loose and tore it off, then the carpenters could start right in with the construction work without any fooling around. They're awful busy this summer, and Mr. Erickson could only hire them for 5 hours. He thinks they can put us up a new porch railing in 5 hours, but it'd be dandy if we had the old one ripped out so they wouldn't have to bother with trash we could take care of.
So should I look into the matter after supper?
Oh, I can rip out that old porch railing myself.
The wood is so rotten it crumbles like pie crust.
All right, fine. Now that's settled. Can we leave now, Uncle Fletcher, you and I and Raj? Vic's busy with work he brought home from the office. What'd you say we three go out in the back steps and sit in the shade?
Suits me. Sadie, honey, conditions at the establishment where I maintain accommodations have become intolerable.
You've had another run-in with your landlady, huh?
I have had a terrible run-in with my landlady.
And you want to stay here a few days?
I may want to stay here a week.
You know that won't work, Uncle Fletcher. You know Miss Keller always comes and gets you and makes you go back home.
You know what Miss Keller has done this trip, Sadie?
No, but let's go out in the backyard and discuss it.
My landlady, Miss Keller, is leaving tonight for a visit with her brother Charlie.
Well, let's go outdoors and sit in the nice breeze and talk. Then Vic can go ahead with his work.
My landlady, Miss Keller, plans to be gone until next Tuesday afternoon. 5 days she plans to be gone. And you want to know what she's done?
Not until you and I and Rush are outdoors sitting on the back step.
He's laid out my meals for me.
I'm sorry, Vic.
Oh, not at all. She's laid out my meals for me, Sadie. Vic and Rush, honey.
Oh, I don't believe I quite understand just what you mean by that, Uncle Fletcher.
My meals. She's laid them all out for me to eat. My suppers I'll eat downtown at the restaurant because in the evenings I require hot food.
You mean while Miss Keller is away this...
Of course, I mean while Miss Keller is away this day.
We didn't even jump down my throat.
My landlady is away in Ohio visiting her half-wit brother. I will take my suppers downtown because in the evening my sister requires hot food. But the rest of my meals, my breakfast, my dinners, my landlady has got distributed all over the numbskull house. That's up to 10 meals all told. See, there's breakfast and dinner tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That's 8. And breakfast and dinner on Tuesday is 2 more. She gets back home Tuesday afternoon. 10 meals all told. And them meals is distributed all over the flathead house.
What in the hell are you talking about, Uncle Fletcher?
My meals. I expect you know what meals is.
I have a rough idea, but
I know what he means.
Go down, fella.
Who are you talking to?
Rush, go down, fella.
No.
Listen, I tried to tell you people something.
Well, you better try to tell him without yelling.
My tomorrow morning's breakfast, Miss Keller has got laid out all neat and appetizing for me at home on the kitchen table.
Well, what's the matter with that?
Will you listen?
Sure.
My tomorrow's dinner, she's got set out on the dining room table, covered with a napkin and looking mighty tasty.
Well, I don't see what you object to in that. I don't
Keep out of it, Willie.
Saturday's breakfast is on the library table in the living room. Saturday's dinner is on an unscalded sideboard. Sunday's breakfast is laid out on top of the buffet. The Sunday's dinner is on a tray of a lame bread lit with pantry. Monday's breakfast sits on my dresser up in my bedroom. And Monday's dinner is pretty like an unscalded pan of a doggone fathead piano stool. Tuesday's breakfast...
Are you complaining?
What?
Are you complaining?
What, Vic?
Pay attention a minute. Are you complaining?
I'm complaining because my landlady Miss Keller treats me like a child. I can fix my own meals. I don't have to have my meals scattered all over the premises like leaves as they ought.
Now, Miss Keller arranged your meals like that because she was apprehensive you might get into trouble if you fix them for yourself.
When would I get into trouble?
Oh, sharp bread knives, electricity, gas escaping from the gas stove. For gas, you need the icebox open and ice all melt and the food spoil. Millions of things could happen to a gentleman at home 5 days preparing his own meals.
I'm wearing a half-witted numbskull.
I'm not insinuating that.
Well, Miss Keller went on a visit and stayed a year. Would she leave a year's meals stood around the house? How many days in a year, Rush?
365.
What's twice 365?
I don't know.
Around 700?
Yeah.
How'd you like to have 700 meals spread up over available chair, table, piano stool, windowsill, sideboard, buffet, dresser?
Oh, yes, Uncle.
Oh, yes. listen, I'm the fathead that pays the rent, ain't I?
Yes, and Miss Keller is the fathead that owns the house.
I'll show Mrs. Keller that I have been a post for enough.
I bet you don't show Miss Keller nothing. And I bet Miss Keller will be over here directly and shoo you on home.
Sure, she'll be here directly. I'm surprised she's not here now. Lady, honey, when she arrives, I'm going to show her I am a violent man.
Yeah?
I'm going to kick your front porch railing to smithereens.
Yeah?
I heard what you told Vic about that front porch railing.
Mr. Oscar wants to rip loose and torn off.
Exactly. So the carpenters can start right out in the morning building a new one.
Uh-huh.
I will kick that rotten old front porch railing to smithereens. I will show Mrs. Keller that I am a violent man. You're going to have a terrible fit of temper into that? Yes. Have you any objection to that kind?
None in the world. In fact, I'm interested.
All right. Let us all step out on the front porch. Miss Keller should arrive any moment.
Are you coming, Dick?
You bet your life.
Well, what about the work you brought home from the office?
Oh, this is it. And see you back.
Now, back again. We go to the small house, halfway up in the next block. This time our scene opens on the front porch. We find Vic, Sade, and Uncle Fletcher seated here and there, awaiting the arrival of Mrs. Keller. Vic is testing the rigidity of the railing with his foot. He's saying,
This wood is still pretty substantial.
I wouldn't want to perch up on it or lean against it too hard.
When the jive parts from the bee-hawks, she'll screech like a mountain lion.
You talking about your landlady?
No, I'm talking about that numbskull porch railing. Jives and bee-hawks are joints. When I rear back my leg and kick that railing clean out into the yard, the jives in the lumber will part from the bee-hawks in the lumber. It'll sound like 46 rusty nails being swatched out of a scaffold. Is your thought to become emotionally upset while chatting with your landlady and go through this violent performance, Uncle Fletcher? I'm going to show her I'm a violent man.
She knows you're no violent man.
You don't know it for sure. I heard the kitchen screen door open. Let's tell her, by George.
No, she wouldn't be coming in the back way. I expect it's rush.
Oh, where'd you go, by the way? I thought he was still around under some foot.
Oh, started off a few minutes ago. Never even noticed him leave myself.
My landlady, Miss Keller, don't know for sure I'm not a violent man. She knows I'm a talkative man, of course.
Yes, probably does.
Miss Keller, are you upstairs? Well, friend, Straw.
Hello, Mr. Straw. We're out here in the porch.
Yes. Who's that, Straw from across the alley?
Uh-huh.
He's liable to come up to work.
Oh, I don't think so. Come on out, Mr. Straw.
Yes. Hello, Straw.
Yes.
I expect you got your pockets full of them peanuts with the chocolate smeared on the outside.
No.
Sit down, Mr. Straw. Yes. Pleasant afternoon. I got my pockets full of them peanuts with the chocolate smeared on the outside. Oh, my. Peanuts with chocolate smeared on the outside is good.
Yes, they certainly are.
My daughter Florence, I guess she's not here.
No, she isn't, Mr. Straw.
Yes. You're an agreeable sport, Straw. Yes. Always saying yes. Yes. Don't you ever say no? Yes. Hi, people. Oh, here's our dear little child.
What's he carrying?
Looks like a card table and some kind of a stool. Yes. I got a card table and a stool. Little boy. Yeah. Where's all of that junk, Sam? I brought these for Uncle Fletcher. The card table belongs to Miss Harris, and it's busted, and she's throwing it in the garbage. Well, the stool was formerly the property of Bluetooth Johnson, but it's no good, and it won't stand up unless you prop it up, and he give it to me. Oh, Mrs. Brock. Yes. You say you brought those articles for me, Rush? To help you impress your landlady. Yes. Oh, dry up, Sprawl. No. Look, Uncle Fletcher, this card table barely holds together. You can give it a blow with your fist after Miss Keller arrives, and it'll collapse like a hot water bottle. Nice touch, Jeanette. Sure. And this stool is another nice touch. Won't stand up unless you prop it up, huh? No. I heard me a funny joke down in the store just now when I buy my peanut with the chocolate smeared on the outside.
Oh? What joke was that?
The conductor on the train, he come through the vestibule. He asked the traveling salesman for a ticket. I remember that joke when I was in the store just now buying my peanuts with the chocolate smeared on the outside.
That's all the joke?
Yes. I ain't heard no jokes that funny in a long time. Yes.
See, Uncle Fletcher, the table
table's all fixed for you to hit it with your fist, and the stool is in a position where it'll collapse at your slightest infuriated movement. I'll emphasize 3 points, Mrs. Scholar. Sure. I'll emphasize 1 point where I send the card table crashing to the floor. I'll emphasize 1 point where the slipwood stool goes trickling off in the spray. And I'll emphasize my third and last point by hauling back my foot and kicking the fathead porch rail halfway across the lawn, which the screeching of its eyes as it gets ripped loose from the beef log. Yes.
If that lady will realize that lying long-legged at Uncle Fletcher that you're a caged tiger.
I believe she will see that I am a violent man. There'd be another funny joke here 20, 30 years ago, Miss Gertz. Well. Yeah, wasn't that a funny joke? You didn't tell it. Yes. My landlady must tell her. Miss Keller should learn a lesson this afternoon. She should learn. Here she is, Uncle Fletcher. Miss Keller herself coming up the street.
Why, sure enough.
Yes, indeed. She little realizes she is venturing into a cage of frenzied boa constrictor.
Well, let's not make this too crazy and ridiculous.
I'm glad I brought my work home from the office. It's quiet here at home, and a man can concentrate on his work.
My daughter Florence coming up the sidewalk.
No, Mr. Paul, that's another lady.
That's my daughter Florence.
It's Uncle Fletcher's landlady.
Yes. Good afternoon, Miss Keller, ma'am.
I'm proud of you up there on the porch.
Oh, no, Miss Keller.
Hello, how are you? Oh, just saying, Miss Keller, come on up and sit down. I believe it will. A little warm. Well, Mr. Paul?
I do, huh?
Mr. Sproul, isn't it? Good afternoon, Mr. Sproul.
Yes.
You're looking well.
Yes. Be seated, ma'am. This comfortable chair should be suited to your purposes.
Uh-huh.
When a lady is seated, she likes to be suited. It was a little humorous effort on my part. But it wasn't nothing special.
It certainly wasn't.
Never mind, Sproul.
Miss Keller, I understand you're going away on a visit. That's right. Leaving this evening.
I'm leaving this evening for Loch Tavern meeting, where dwells my sweet Molly, old Aaron's fair queen.
Well,
that's a song I and some of the other young ladies Van Dixon used to sing years back.
You are going away on that visit, Miss Keller?
That's right. Leaving this evening. Never mind about Loch Tavern meeting and you and the other young ladies.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to visit my brother in Dismal Steepage, Ohio. Leaving this evening and coming back next Tuesday afternoon. Oh, you should have a lovely trip.
Yes.
Beg pardon?
I'm about to swallow one of my peanuts with a chocolate smeared on the outside.
Oh, right ahead.
Yes.
I see you packed up your valise and left home.
That's right.
Going to stay here with your niece while I'm away?
I may not. My plans are subject to change. I might decide to run up to Little Rock, Arkansas, or down to La Crosse, Wisconsin.
One thing. You'll eat the meals, I think.
Perhaps we better have a little discussion about that.
We don't need to have any discussion. While I'm away, you'll eat your hot suppers downtown in the restaurant. And you'll eat your breakfast and dinners at home. They're all set out for you. 10 meals, 5 breakfasts, and 5 dinners.
I may not want 10 meals set out for me in advance.
There's no point in chewing the subject over. I made it clear to you.
Madam, I question your right to dictate to me. I question your...
How would you like to have it? Maybe you'd like to fix your own meals.
I would.
You tried that one time, and you broke over a dozen dishes. 4 cups in a gravy bowl. You cut your hand with a bread knife. You forgot to turn the gas on. You ruined the tablecloth and 3 nets. You spilled hot grease on the carpet and never did anything about it.
Madam, I feel that as long as we are on the subject, we might as well attempt...
I'm talking. You interrupted.
Hey, the stool. Yes. What's this now?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Brooks. Oh, not a bit of it. I didn't think I brought my fist down hard enough to hurt anything. Oh, Miss Keller, you just forget it. That stool is nothing but some old junk. Some chum of Bruce's give it to him, and he's going to use it for killing.
It was formerly the property of Bruce's Johnson?
Yes.
What'd you say, Mrs. Paul?
Yes. Let us return to the other matter, Miss Keller.
Yes, let's do.
I don't like my meals scattered all over the house.
What do you mean scattered all over the house?
I mean just that.
Every single one of those breakfasts and dinners was carefully prepared. Every single one of those breakfasts and dinners is protected by napkins. And they're all made out of stuff you particularly enjoy.
Yes, but there's a breakfast on the kitchen table and a dinner on the dining room table and a breakfast on the library table and a dinner on the dresser and a breakfast on the buffet and a dinner on the sewing machine. And the pantry and a dinner on the piano and a breakfast underneath the sideboard. So lame brain halfwit wonder there's not a non-scot dinner hanging from the fathead chandelier.
There goes the card table now.
I believe I'll go home.
Miss Keller, ma'am.
Mrs. Cook. Was your porch furniture rather flimsy? Oh, yes, it is. I barely touched that card table. Oh, that card table will come off in somebody's junkie, Miss Keller. Whose junkie did that card table come off of, right?
Miss Keller, ma'am, I am desirous of making a very, very important point.
Go ahead and make it.
I am going to emphasize this point with a display of violence. May come as something of a surprise to you to discover that I am a violent man.
I got a pretty good idea how violent you are.
You don't think I'm very violent, do you?
No, I don't.
I will emphasize this serious point in an extremely violent manner.
Go ahead.
I rear back my right leg and prepare to administer a vigorous kick.
You're not going to kick me, are you?
No.
What are you going to kick?
This porch railing.
What side?
Beg pardon?
I'll fix the porch railing.
Miss Keller, ma'am, I am not fooling. I am completely in earnest.
I'm not fooling either. I'm completely in earnest. Well, side, I say.
Move over to the
Yes. Here's how I emphasize the point. Here's how I tell the porch railing.
Friends, it's a small house halfway up in the next block. Vic, Sade, Rush, Uncle Fletcher, Mr. Sproul, and Mrs. Keller are gazing at the ruins of the railing. And Uncle Fletcher, impressed and humbled by his landlady's superior energy and drive, is saying,
Miss Keller, ma'am, I respectfully doff my hat to you.
Am I a violent woman?
You are one of the most violent women on the face of the earth.
And you're proud to have me as your landlady?
And I'm proud to have you as my landlady.
I give that porch railing one healthy kick, didn't I?
You give that porch railing one healthy kick. The gyves and bee-hawks, they screeched and groaned as they were slipped loose from their moorings.
You eat the breakfast and dinners I set out for you at home?
With the greatest pleasure, ma'am.
You won't complain any more of trivial matters?
No.
Mr. Sproul is still looking at me with his eyes bugging out.
Yes. You never seen a lady tear loose and kick a porch railing clean out into the yard.
I bet you never did either.
No, I never. I'm so happy I brought my work home from Dawson. I'd have missed all this.
Yes. Did you stop your shoe when you give that tremendous kick, Miss Keller? Oh, I really shoved more than I kicked. Oh? I'd better tell you something. All right. On my way over here, I met your landlord coming along Virginia Avenue. Mr. Eric? Yes. We stopped and chatted for maybe 5 minutes.
Oh, you know him about the porch?
I can't tell what you say with so many talking. But I bet you're asking me if we talked about the porch railing. Yes, we did, Mrs. Sproul. Yes. We got to talking about the availability of lumber and labor and one thing and another, and he mentioned you people. He said we had carpenters coming in the morning? Yes. He said Mr. and Mrs. Brooke had carpenters coming in the morning to build a new front porch railing. And when I said I was on my way over to call on Mr. and Mrs. Brooke, he asked me to tell you it'd be nice if you could find time to report the old porch railing before the carpenters arrive. Well...
So you never kicked that tremendous kick in a frenzied fit of fury after all, Mom?
No, I didn't.
It was a piece of a kick, just the same.
Thank you.
I admired that kick. So did I. Me too.
Yes.
And Mrs. Keller, ma'am, I'm giving you credit for being a violent woman, even though your terrible burst of uncontrollable fury was a good-up job.
Oh, I couldn't possibly accept credit.
Nevertheless, I do it.
All right.
You are a very violent woman.
Thank you very much.
I will eat the breakfast and dinners you have prepared with humility and submission.
I think you'll enjoy them.
I know I will. And I wish you a pleasant journey to Duffy with Ohio, and I trust you find your brother in good health. Please convey to him my most gracious felicitations.
I'll do that.
Well, have we transacted all our business?
I think so.
I must get back in the house and dive into the work that I brought home from Duffy.
All right, start picking up stuff, the broken card table, stool, all that lumber out in the yard.
Okay.
Is everybody leaving? I'll have to trot along home.
I'll fetch my valise and go with you.
All right.
Well, friends, we have brisk afternoon of it.
Yes.
And now we must part.
Yes.
It is pity.
Are you leaving, Mr. Sproul?
Yes. I just swallowed my last peanut with a chocolate smeared on the outside, and I'm ready to go home.
Myers, makers of Lum, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat? Meet the Archie, the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. How's business? Well, let me put it this way. If business was a prize fighter, we'd be throwing water in his face. Huh? Grogan's across the street is doing great business? I don't know about that, Duffy. There's just as many people coming out of his place as there is going in. Huh? Look, Duffy, there's a million jobs open, and if you don't like the way I'm running this place, why don't you fire me? Huh? Duffy, after 8 years, do you have to be so hasty? Huh? Look, Virus, I have a TL for you. Compared to you, Simon Legree is the smiling Irishman. And as long as you're in this mood, how about a raise? Hello? That chiseler. That crumb. That miser. That... Stunk? Stunk? Eddie, quit defending the guy. Works me like a dog. 7 days a week. On me feet. 15 hours a day. Where's that newspaper?
You're sitting on it.
Oh. I'm going to look up them help wanted ads.
Yeah. Look and see if you can find an ad saying, wanted, lazy bartender.
Just a minute. Bartending ain't the only thing I can do. There's 100 jobs I'm qualified for.
100?
Yeah.
Name one.
Well,
Well?
Okay, so there's only 99. Now, let's look at that paper. Accountants, bakers, barbers.
Anything there for experienced chicken plucker?
Eddie, please.
Let me see that paper. Maybe I can find a job for you. Oh. Yes, a job at the circus.
Circus, huh? Sounds good. What is it?
Yes, it says, wanted, ambitious young man to place head in lion's mouth.
Better read the next one.
Wanted, plastic surgeon to contact man who formerly held job listed above.
Eddie, give me the paper. I'll look up my own ad.
Hey, Archie.
Huh?
What did you say to Papa on the telephone?
Why?
Well, when I left home, he was clutching the receiver, frothing at the mouth. His face was turning purple.
But all I did was ask him for a raise.
You might just as well have shot him through the heart.
On your father, Miss Duffy, that's a pretty small target. Look, why does the guy hate me so?
What makes you think that he hates you?
I don't know. It's the funny way that he looks at me every time he says, Archie, I can't stand you.
Granted. But don't forget he hates you less than he hates other people, and with Papa, that's the same as liking you.
I see.
After all, you know Papa. His bark is really worse than his bite.
Well, that's only because he ain't got no teeth.
Miss Archie, hey, got something here for you.
You got something for me? There ain't a laugh by any chance.
Come up.
Let's shoot a gun off around here. Anybody got a gun? We can shoot it either direction. I don't care. They can aim it at myself or we'll aim it at anybody you can think of here. What was you saying, young man?
I got something for you, though. No stuff. Yeah.
What do you got?
I got you. Yes, it says, in the personal column, lonely lady would like to meet young escort.
Well, that sounds pretty good.
Must be tall.
Yes.
Athletic.
Yes.
Good dancer.
Yes.
Speak Hungarian.
Oh, yeah. Too bad it ain't French.
You speak French?
No, but a Hungarian dame would never know the difference. Anything else in that personal column, Eddie?
Let's see here now. Man, 3'6", wishes to contact woman of same size. Midgets need not apply.
Pretty choosy, ain't they, them little lilliputses? But you know something, Eddie? That personal column, that gives me an idea.
You mean you're going to advertise for a rich wife?
Why not? It's the good old American system of free enterprise. The right of every man to hook himself a rich dame. Eddie, write down this ad, will you?
Okay.
Got the pencil there?
Yeah, man, I'm ready.
Okay, now, independently wealthy tavern keeper seeks wife in similar straits. Tall, handsome, Intellectual?
How you spell intellectual?
Who knows? Let's see. Debonair. Divine dancer.
Look who's a divine dancer.
May I remind you that at Roseland, I'm still remembered as the only 3-time winner of the pickle dish.
Hey, Miss Archie, this idea of putting an ad in the personal column, it's crackpot.
Mr. Green, it may amaze you to know that some of our greatest geniuses has been called crackpots.
What?
Hiya, Finnegan.
What? No.
Oh, not much. I'm thinking of getting married.
Well, that's nice. To a dame?
Of course, to a dame, you know. Sometimes being a bachelor, gets kind of lonely. Take you. Haven't you ever felt alone and deserted?
Only when I'm with people.
Oh.
But why do you have to get married? Look, come here. Why don't you play it smart? Get divorced.
Well, Eddie, you can't put the cart before the hearse. You can't get a divorce until you get married.
Really? See, the married guys get all the breaks.
You know something? You're beginning to talk like a philosopher.
Well, a guy can't make sense all the time. Hey, what kind of a dame you think you'll marry, Art?
Oh, well, I'm thinking of marrying a dame with plenty of dough, you know. I'm going to marry for money.
Oh. Well, why not? If the alley con can do it, what can it do?
Yeah, that's right.
Miss Archie, this ad for the personal column, how you want to sign it?
Sign it, Prince Charming, Maharaja of Pakistan.
Okay, Sahib.
Okay.
Hello, Arch. What's going on?
What's going on is terrible. Hello, Joe. Ain't you heard? I'm getting married.
Well, congratulations. Who's the lucky girl?
Peaches Latour.
Well, who's she?
Yeah, she's the dame that ain't marrying him.
Quiet, Eddie. No, Joe, I'm marrying a very wealthy dame.
What?
You know, you wouldn't mind if this was subtle stuff. I'm marrying a very wealthy dame, Joe.
You are?
Yeah. Here, read me ad.
Well, Arch, I'm surprised. What would a guy like you do if you married a wealthy woman?
Nothing, Joe. Absolutely nothing.
Well, you'll never get a woman this way. This ad. Well, you forget to mention the one thing you've got that'll attract any woman.
Joe, you mean...
I certainly do. Brains.
Funny, Joe. I could have sworn you was going to say Vitalis.
Oh, well, that goes without saying.
Really?
It takes brains to know that Vitalis is just about the best thing you can use to keep your hair well-groomed, healthy-looking. That's because Vitalis protects your hair against the drying effects of the hot sun and all those extra showers you take in summer. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy-looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Hey, Miss Archie, look there. You got an answer to your ad in the personal column.
No kidding, Eddie. Quick, open it up.
Okay, let's see. Wait a minute. You say, Dear Prince Charming, I am a widow.
Yes?
My name is Agatha Pitts.
84 years old.
How can you tell?
Who do you know that has named his kid Agatha in the last 84 years? However, continue the letter.
You know, in addition to being independently wealthy, I am...
Eddie, what was that word?
Independently.
No.
Addition?
No.
I am...
Eddie, stop frustrating me. Give me the letter. Hey, you're right. Independently wealthy. One little ad, and I meet Agatha. Me soulmate.
Art, I still think anybody that gets married is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Finnegan.
You agree with him?
Yeah.
You? Bit of tea from a girl with a general yen. And what's wrong with marriage?
Just that nobody that gets married is happy, Archie.
On the au contraire. There's plenty of couples that's happily married.
Name me one.
How about Mr. and Mrs. Kelly?
Her mother came to live with them.
Oh. Well, how about Millie, Willie, and Mabel? Now, there's a happy couple.
You mean Mabel Higgins?
Yeah,
The one with the blonde hair and the dimples?
that's right.
The one that ran off with a good humor man?
The good humor man. Really?
Yeah. She fell for him just 'cause he had a car.
Yeah. Now, you see what I mean, Archie?
Well, that's just two cases. What about Harry and Maggie? That Maggie, what a devoted wife.
Archie, remember what happened last week?
Okay, so she poisoned him. But did you happen to notice the way she cried at his funeral?
Look here, look.
What?
Look at the lady getting out of that limousine, pulling up outside.
Holy cat. A brand new Cadillac limousine.
Maybe that's your prospective bride.
Get a load of them lines.
The lady?
No, the limousine.
Yeah, but look at the width of that body.
The limousine?
The lady. Yeah, she sure looks like she got money, though.
Yeah, she sure does.
Good evening. I am Agatha Pitch. I'm looking for Prince Charming.
Oh. Agatha, let me look at you. Eddie, can we turn the lights down a little lower?
What?
It's more romantic that way. Permit me, my name is Archie, alias Prince Charming. Now, according to your letter, you are the widow Pitch.
Yes, poor dear Herman is dead.
You sure he's dead?
Of course.
You sure he ain't just hiding?
I beg your pardon.
I mean, I'm sorry that the fella kicked off.
Oh, yes. It was quite sudden.
Yes, well, may I extend me heartiest condolences on your bereavement? Now, Agatha, incidentally, you don't mind me calling you by your maiden name.
Well, why not, Archie? After all, you're a man and I'm a woman.
Well, that clears that up. Agatha, leave us put our cards on the table. I ain't only a man. I'm a lonely man. And you're a lonely woman. Do you think we could learn to stand each other?
Well, Archie, when I answered your ad in the paper, somehow I had the feeling that you were the one.
Yeah, huh?
Yes. You see, I've always been a bit of a clairvoyant.
Well, I'm no angel myself. But enough about our pasts. Look, Agatha, I don't mean to sweep you off your feet, but I think we have come to the point where further talk would be futile. In other words, I feel the time has come for me to pop the question.
The question?
Yes. Agatha, how much dough you got?
Archie!
Ain't I the curious little devil? Look, Ag, if this romance of ours is going to get anywhere, I don't think we should conceal no secrets from each other.
Well, since you put it that way, Herman left me $100,000.
Well, this calls for a proposal. Agatha, will you honor me the privilege of becoming me Russian bride?
Oh, but Archie, this is so sudden.
Oh, so what? I'm not going to get any younger, and you ain't going to get no richer.
Well, really, I'll have time to think it over. I think I'll go for a ride around the park.
But do you mind taking a taxi?
Why?
Well, in case the answer is yes, I wouldn't want to see the fenders dented on that limousine. You have to think it over, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Okay, well, farewell, sweet princess. I shall be waiting. Toodaloo.
Toodaloo.
Eddie, why can't normal people have $100,000? Eddie, it's almost 3 hours and Agatha ain't back yet.
So what?
Well, you think she's being unfaithful to me?
Unfaithful?
Yeah, spending her dough.
Archie, you know what I think of anybody that marries for money.
Look, would it make you feel any better if I said I was marrying for love?
Of course.
Oh, so the truth ain't good enough for you, huh? Hey, wait a minute. Here she comes now. Well, Agatha, quick, tell me, what's the answer?
Archie, I've thought it over, and the answer is yes.
What gala news. Then this means that we are engaged?
That's right.
Splendid. Shall we seal it with a check? I mean, a kiss?
A kiss? Very well.
Okay, pucker up your lips. Just a minute, I just remembered. I can't kiss you before the ceremony. It's bad luck.
Well, what about after the ceremony?
Then it's potluck.
Archie, where shall we go on our honeymoon?
Our honeymoon? Well, frankly, I was sort of planning on going stag. However, you said you have $100,000?
Yes.
Well, seeing that money is no expense, why don't we take a cruise around the world?
Oh, how romantic. Which way shall we go? East to west or west to east?
Why don't we compromise? You go east and I'll go west.
Oh, I love a man with a sense of humor. Oh, but to be serious, Archie, there is one important question I must ask you before we marry.
What?
Do you like children?
Agatha, what's on your mind?
Well, you see, Archie, we have a little son.
Well, would you mind to repeat that?
We have a little boy.
We do, huh? How old?
14.
Boy, you sure are a fast worker.
Quiet, Finnegan. Agatha, you mean...
Yes. Herman left me 2 things. $100,000 and a son.
Why didn't he quit when I was ahead? Agatha, I think you should have mentioned it sooner, though. You didn't tell me that you came with accessories, you know. How do you know? Maybe I don't like kids.
Not like children? Well, in that case, we could never be married.
$100,000. Agatha?
Yes?
Love little ones.
I'm glad you feel that way. That's one thing I always disliked about Herman. He hated children.
So late, bounder.
Archie, I have an idea. Why don't I bring the little darling down here?
I would love to meet the little cherub. As I say, with me, kids is cake.
Very well, I'll bring him down. See you later. Toodaloo.
Toodaloo.
Daddy.
What?
Will you please tell me a fairy story about the free little bell?
Very funny, Eddie. I suppose you don't think I know how to handle kids. It happens I have read a lot of books about child psychology. And the one way to handle them is to prove immediately that the father is the child's superior.
How you going to do that, wrestling? Can I meet your son?
Well, Finnegan, I don't like to offend you, but I'd rather you'd stay away from the kid.
What?
Well, I'd like him to grow up with an open mind about the human race.
Well, anything you say, Art. Any son of yours is a son of mine.
Boy, 100,000 smackers. I'll be set for life. I can see myself already, sitting in a big mansion. A roaring fire going. Wearing me velvet smoking pajamas and sipping brandy in the soft firelight.
And Agatha Pitt sitting there with her arms around you.
Well, you can't have everything.
Have you got a 3-cent stamp handy? Well, look, that's all you need to get a generous sample package of Mum. M-U-M. Mum, the underarm deodorant. No matter what other deodorant you've been using, I think you'll discover Mum is the better way to safeguard your freshness and charm. Just send your name and address and that 3-cent stamp to cover mailing costs to Mum, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. You'll really like Mum because it's different. It has a unique cream formula that protects freshness all day, all evening. And because it contains no harsh or irritating ingredients, Mum is safer for skin, for clothes, and most important, for your personal charm. So use this easy, inexpensive way to get your package of Mum. Just send a 3-cent stamp to Mum, M-U-M, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. Do it tonight because this offer is limited. Remember, when you want to be sure you're nice to be near, use Mum.
Hi, Art.
Yeah?
You remember you was talking about that child psychology?
Yeah.
I just borrowed this book about it. Maybe you could use it.
Oh, thanks. Who'd you borrow it from?
Mrs. Hogan.
Mrs. Hogan?
Yeah. The dame with the 19 kids.
Oh, well, it was nice of her to let you have it.
Well, she says she don't have much time to read anyhow.
Well, let's see the book. Chapter 1. Science divides children into 2 parts.
Into 2 parts?
Yeah.
And we call ourselves civilized.
Finnegan, please, I'm trying to read this book before me expectant son gets here.
Oh.
Not that I need a book. Kids all love me anyhow, you know.
Well, Archie, I'm back.
Oh, hello, Agatha.
And this is our little boy, Egbert.
Well. So this is Egbert, huh? Well, my little man, leave us shake hands. I am your new father.
Hey, Mom, couldn't we dig up the old one?
Trouble.
Egbert, a little respect, please. Remember, this gentleman is to be your father.
How do you like that? At my age, the son of Frankenstein.
A cute little codger, ain't he?
I tried to explain to him about our marriage, Archie, but you know it's difficult for a child to grasp these things.
Oh, well, leave me explain it to him. Son?
Yeah?
You see, your mother is a widow, and I'm a lonely bachelor, and, well, like the birds and the bees say, fate has thrown us together into the bonds of true love. Do you understand?
Yeah. You're going to try to clip her for $100,000.
Now, look, you crumb. I mean, Egbert, Daddy is not at all interested in your mother's wealth.
Then why are you marrying her?
I'm marrying her because... Well, do you have to be such a wise guy?
You know, maybe you wouldn't be such a bad father at that.
Well, thank you.
There's just one thing that bothers me, though.
What?
Which came first, you or the years?
Look, kid, you can't talk to me like that. Now, take off them glasses now.
Gotcha.
A punk kid like
Remember,
this.
child psychology.
That. Well, Egbert, I guess boys will be boys. Now, Agatha, about our honeymoon...
Oh, yes, I wanted to speak to you about that. What will we do with Egbert?
Well, we could send him to military school.
But where?
Oh, I don't know. What's wrong with Russia?
Now, wait a minute, giraffe neck.
Egbert, shame on you calling your father names. Now, I want you to apologize.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Now, kiss Daddy.
Look, I just called him names. I didn't murder nobody.
Out of the mouths of babes are going to come teeth. Look, kid, why don't you go over in the corner there and eat some of the free lunch? Your mother and me's got things to talk over. Now, come, Agatha. Leave us be alone. I'd like to talk about our future, you know, where we'll live, how much we're in love with each other.
Hey, Pop.
He's in again. Yes, son?
When I grow up, I want to be just like you.
Well, the psychology is working, huh? You want to grow up to be just like Daddy, huh?
Yeah, so I can quit work and have a rich widow support me.
Now, just a minute, Egbert. Are you inferring that I am a piccolo?
I'm inferring that you're a chiggler.
Look, kid, they don't come fast enough so that when they do come, you have to step on them. Give it another chance. All right. Now, Egbert, come here. Come here, Egbert. I really love you. Come here, because Daddy wants to give you a great big hug. Like this.
Ow! Hey, he's strangling me.
Ho, ho, ho. Daddy loves him so much he's almost squeezed him to death.
Wise guy, take this, Daddy.
Ow! Ow, me finger!
Archie, what do you mean by shoving your finger between Egbert's teeth?
Shoving me. What are you talking? This egghead, he just bit me.
Egghead? His name is Egbert.
Just the same, if anybody's hungry, I wouldn't sprinkle salt on his head.
Archie, how dare you talk that way about a little child?
A child? That ain't no child. That's a souped-up midget. Look at me finger where he bit me. I'm going to hit that crumb on the head.
Miss Archie, use your child psychology.
I'll use me psychology, all right. Give me that book. Here, Egbert. Try this on your thick skull.
Ow! Archie, you beast! And you said you liked children. Our marriage is off. Good night.
Eddie?
Yeah?
Get a pencil.
Another ad in the personal column?
Yeah, take this down, will you? Ex-father would like to meet widow with no children. Object, childless marriage.
Mister, we're sure of it. Try just one tube of Benex brushless shave cream, and we're sure you'll use Benex for life.
Because so many thousands of men have found that Benex, B-E-N-E-X, gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Benex gives extra easy shaves thanks to a special beard-softening formula.
Benex is extra smooth, lighter, so different it rinses off your razor instantly.
Benex gives you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action leaves your face feeling wonderful.
Just try Benex. See for yourself. Benex brushless shave. B-E-N-E-X. At your nearest drug counter. Get Benex tomorrow.
I'm now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Mum, the safer deodorant, and by Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers bring you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley, with William Bendix as Riley. Once a year, husband Chester A. Riley graciously steps aside to let the spotlight fall on his wife. That day is Mother's Day, and Peg Riley receives from her grateful husband and children a tribute she richly deserves. And so on this Mother's Day morning, although it is already 9 o'clock, we find Mrs. Riley not in the kitchen where she usually is, but still abed and about to be served breakfast by Riley and the children.
Good morning, Dublin.
Good morning, Mother.
Morning, Mom.
Well, what is this?
Breakfast is served, Madame. Here you are, Peggy. Your favorite dish, scrambled oats.
Scrambled eggs. Oh, you shouldn't have done it.
Well, I didn't intend to. I tried to make fried eggs, but I dropped them from too high up.
Oh, it looks delicious.
Now, wait a minute, Peg, before you start eating. We got something to tell you. Well, are you ready, kids? Now, do it like I told you. 1.
Oh,
2.
no, Pop. Oh, let's not do it, Daddy.
Okay. I'll do it myself.
Do what?
M is for the million things you gave us. O is only that you're growing old. T is for the tears you shed to save us. H is for your heart of solid gold. E is for everything I left out. R is right you'll always be. Put them all together, they spell Peggy. A word that means the world to me.
Oh, Pop, do you have to be so corny?
Oh, he is not corny. I think it's very sweet.
Eat your breakfast dumpling before it gets cold.
Dear, I can eat in the kitchen.
Oh, no. This is your day, Dumpling. You're getting breakfast in bed. And you ain't going to wash no dishes today either. No, sir. Not while I'm around. I'll just pile them up in the sink and you can do them tomorrow. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, darling.
Mother, this is for you.
Oh, thank you, Dad. Oh, gloves.
Just what I needed. Happy Mother's Day. Well, this is for you, too, Mom. Happy Mother's Day. Why, Junior.
Perfume. Oh, thank you, darling.
Yeah, and here, Dumpling, this is for me.
Oh, flowers.
Yeah.
What a beautiful bouquet. Aren't they gorgeous, children? Oh, thank you, dear. My, you shouldn't have done it. Why, this bouquet must have cost a fortune.
Oh, no, it didn't. I got them through a friend of mine who has connections with florists.
Oh, they're really... Well, what's this ribbon here?
Huh? What ribbon?
Well, there's something printed on it. Gone, but not forgotten. Oh, Riley.
Well, that's the last time I'll get flowers from Digger Odell.
Oh, I don't mind, dear. They're beautiful. And here, Angel, this present's for you.
For me? Oh, a box of cigars.
Happy Mother's Day, Riley.
Thanks. I knew you wouldn't forget me. Hey, you better eat your breakfast, Dumpling. Your coffee's all cold. I'll go make some more.
Mom, why do you give Pop a gift every Mother's Day?
Well, that's a secret.
Oh, you say that every year. Come on, tell us.
Oh, no, I better not. I don't think your father'd like it.
Oh, we won't let on we know.
Oh, come on, Mom, spill it.
Well, no, it's really not such a dark secret, only, well, you see, your father's not exactly a hero in the story. It happened 15 years ago when you were only a year old, Dad. Your father had a job as a milkman. He had a tiny little apartment in Brooklyn. And I remember one day your father came home with a strange look on his face.
Peggy.
Why, Chester, what are you doing home at this hour? Why aren't you working?
Well, I quit.
You quit?
Yeah. No more milk route.
Oh, Chester, why did you quit? You know how hard it is to get a job nowadays. Why, it took you months till you got this milk route.
Yeah, I know, Peg, but a man can only stand so much. And after what my boss did, I just had to quit to save my self-respect.
Well, what did he do?
He fired me.
Chester.
He said I wasn't selling enough milk to buy oats for my horse. That horse eats like a pig. Besides, how could I sell milk? Look at the route they gave me. Other drivers get residential districts where there's families and kids. Me, I get the beer drinking set.
But you sold a lot of milk yesterday.
Only because I poured the milk into empty beer bottles.
Well, don't worry, dear. There are other jobs.
Well, where's the baby?
I just gave her lunch, and she's asleep in her crib.
Peggy, promise me one thing.
What, dear?
Promise you won't tell Babsy I got fired.
Riley, she's only 11 months old.
Yeah, I know, but she's smart. Remember, she's my kid. I wouldn't want her to know her father's a failure.
You're not a failure.
Yes, I am. Can't even hold a job. I've been married 2 years now, and what have I got to show for it?
You have a beautiful little daughter.
Yeah, but I wanted a son. And even a failure at that.
Now, you stop talking like that.
You should have married Sidney Monahan instead of me. Then you'd have had everything. Money, a home, a car.
I didn't want Sidney. I wanted you.
Well, that's where you made a mistake, throwing away all that, just for my good looks. Hey, I got a job.
Oh, Chester, that's wonderful.
Yeah, I'll start tomorrow.
Oh, I knew you'd land something if you kept looking. Oh, I'm so glad.
Oh, look. Look at little Betsy. She's glad, too.
Little Betsy Webb, she is glad Riley Putty is waking her.
Tell me all about it, dear. What kind of job?
What kind of... Well, it's connected with baseball.
Oh, that's marvelous. You always wanted to be a baseball player.
Well, I'm not exactly a baseball player. You see, they got this canvas with a hole in the middle, and I put my head through it. You see?
Chester, you mean they throw at your head like in Coney Island?
Yeah, but once in a while they miss.
I won't let you do it. Now, that's final.
But we need money. The landlord's been here 3 times this month for the rent.
Chester.
Yeah?
Sidney Monahan dropped in today.
What? Well, he's got his nerve. What does that 4-flusher want here anyway? Don't he know you're married to me now? That wedding ring on your finger... that wedding ring in the pawn shop is sacred.
Oh, don't be like that. He just dropped in to see how we were, and he was very sweet. And he found out you didn't have a job. Well, he offered...
Nothing doing. I won't take no job from him. He can't come here.
Riley, he offered me the job.
What?
He said I could have my old job back as his secretary.
I forbid it.
Oh, but dear, it'd only be temporary, just till you get sick.
No, not even for a day. No wife of mine is going to go to work. What kind of a husband do you take me for? I got some pride left, you know. Before I ever let my wife go to work, I'd rather see you starve.
Now, be reasonable, Riley. The bills keep piling up.
I won't let you go to work for that Sidney Monahan. I don't trust him. You think I forget how he used to chase you around the desk?
Well, he never caught up with me, did he?
No, but you ain't so fast since you put on weight.
It'll only be till you get a job.
Well, it's out of the question. Who'll take care of the baby?
Well, I thought my father could come in every day.
Your father? Oh, no. No stranger is going to look after my baby. I'll look after her myself.
Oh, then it's all settled. I'll phone
Now, wait a minute. I didn't say you could...
Dear, you said you'd look after the baby yourself.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to... I just said it so that... I didn't want you... trapped.
Oh, Riley, I got to go now. I'll be late. Now, you know what you have to do?
I know.
Now, don't forget. Give her a bottle of milk at noon, and she's got to have 3 drops of cod liver oil at 4 o'clock. She'll close her mouth, but you'll have to force it down her throat.
I know.
And watch out for open diaper pins, and... Riley, you're not listening.
I heard every word you said. Give her a bottle of cod liver oil at noon, 3 drops of milk at 4 o'clock, and force an open diaper pin down her throat. Well, you got me all mixed up. What are you so nervous about? I know how to take care of her. Now, go on.
Well, all right. Goodbye, Babsy, darling. Be a good girl now. Oh, she sneezed. Maybe she's catching a cold.
Hey, will you stop worrying and go to work already?
Oh, well, all right. But if she gets a fever, phone me right away.
Okay. And if that Monahan gets a fever, you phone me.
Goodbye, dear. Now, see that she drinks all her milk.
Yes, I'll see this. These women are a pain in the neck. Oh, excuse me, Babsy. I forgot you was a woman. Now, drink up your milk while Daddy looks at the one end. Here, I'll let you hold your little tin cup all by yourself. That's it. Oh, you're doing great. Now take a big swallow. Go ahead. That's a girl. Hey. Naughty. Mustn't spit milk in Daddy's eyes.
Now, you let Daddy read you the one here, huh? That's what you said. Now, let's see. Accountant, bookkeeper, chauffeur. Hey, here's something. Young man wanted. Strong, willing, that's me. Conscientious. Must be intelligent. Cook, doorman, elevator boy. Oh, there's lots of jobs today. Here, if I didn't have to look after you, Hey, I could take you with me. You like that, huh? Well, sure, why not? You might bring me luck. Oh, my teeth, Patsy. Let's sit down on this bench a minute. So, you're complaining. How would you like to carry me around all day? Oh, what a day. We must apply for 20 jobs. I just can't connect. Boy, am I tired. What do you want now? Here, play with your little cup. Now, here, honey. Now, be quiet. Oh. What is it now? No, you can't have my nose. I need it to breathe with. Oh, you want a pencil? Well, here. No, only one. Okay, take both of them. Here. Now, be a good little baby and let Daddy rest a minute. So tired, my feet are just...
But, John, the dress was only $36, so Oh, John, look at that adorable baby. Isn't she Why, look, John. That little tin cup and those pencils.
Well, that's a new one. Using a baby to beg while the big bums sleep.
Oh, I think it's pathetic. John, give them all the change you have.
Well, all right.
There you are, you little sweetheart. Look, John, she's offering you a pencil.
Holy smoke, he's got the kid trained.
You keep your pencils, darling. Come along, John. Oh, you see such terrible things on the street now.
So I says to him, look here, Lefty, this here is my territory, see, and you're muscling in. So he says, so what? So I says, so this. And I cracks his skull open it.
Oh, look at the little baby with that thin cup. Ooh, what a cute little moocher.
Here, baby, here's a pin. Buy yourself a lollipop. You know, Trigger, a thing like this breaks my heart. I'm just a softie. What was I telling you? Oh, yeah. So I cracks his skull open, then he pulls a gat on me, so what could I do?
Hey, what's the matter? Oh, I must have fallen asleep. What's that you got in there? Holy smoke, where did you get all this dough? $5. And all these coins. 5, 10, 15, 40, 41, 42.
All right, Max. Let's see your license.
Huh? What's the matter, officer?
You got a license?
License? What for?
For peddling.
Who's peddling?
I've been watching you with that cup there and those pencils.
Oh, well,
And where'd you get all that money?
Well,
You better come along to the station.
It wasn't me. It was the baby. The baby did it. She's money mad.
Oh, the baby did it.
Don't say a word, Betsy. Let me do all the talking.
So you had the baby begging?
Yeah, the baby? No.
This looks like a case for juvenile court. Come along.
No, wait, let go. I wasn't doing it. I just happened to... When I woke up, Oh, my poor little baby, 11 months old, and she's a convict already.
The second act of the life of Riley in a moment.
Oh, Ken, everyone's joining the parade for Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Of course, Prell's a leading favorite for 2 reasons.
First, you'll thrill to your first Prell shampoo because it brings out those natural radiant highlights, leaves your hair more radiant than any soap shampoo. And after Prell shampoo, your hair curls better. It's easier to set, easy to manage.
Second, Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Doctor's examinations proved it.
And there's nothing so handy as that Prell tube. No waste, no spill. Prell's easy to use.
It's economical, too. You use less, get more lather. So for hair soft and smooth, radiantly lovely, ask for
P-R-E-L-L Pearl Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Pearl Shampoo.
by Pearl Shampoo. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Mrs. Riley is telling the children about Riley's adventures as a babysitter with his own baby some 16 years ago.
Mother, you mean they actually arrested Daddy?
That's right.
Gosh, Pop in jail.
Well, it really wasn't jail. They had a hearing in the juvenile court.
And I was there with Daddy?
You were the star witness, Dad.
And you didn't know anything about it?
Well, how could I? I was at work. Well, anyway, your father was brought up before this judge, and it looked very bad for him.
Order in the court, order in the court.
I'm trying.
Young man, one more outburst like that, and I'll hold you in contempt.
Well, they're trying to take away my baby.
Nothing of the kind. Nurse Watkins here will merely hold the baby during this hearing.
Now, you better not try any funny business, or I'll have you all arrested.
Young man, you obviously fail to realize the seriousness of the charge against you. Now, please answer my question.
Yes, sir.
Are you the legal father of this baby?
You bet it's legal. I got a marriage certificate to prove it.
This is no time for levity. You're charged with contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Utilizing a baby for purposes of begging.
But I wasn't begging. I don't have to beg. I got a wife who's working.
How do you account for the money in the cup?
Well, how should I know? I fell asleep. And...
Oh, you fell asleep while this infant was in your care?
I just dozed off. I was tired.
I have grave doubts about your fitness as a father.
Oh, no, I'm a wonderful father. Why, that baby adores me. Honest, Judge, I'll prove it to you.
Doesn't would it Babsy work her great big daddy?
Oh, now, please, Babsy. Show the judge how you love your daddy. Now, come on, I'll let you play with my nose. Here. That's good, baby. You see. Don't keep at me! I want a lawyer, and I want this baby charged with perjury.
Before the court arrives at a decision in this case, I'd like to see the mother of this child. Where is she?
In Monahan's office. Probably running around the desk.
What?
I mean, I can have her here in an hour.
Very well. Court's adjourned for 1 hour.
Well, come on, Babsy. We'll go get Mama.
No. You'll leave the infant here.
Oh, no, I can't do that. I wouldn't think of it. A little baby.
You'll be perfectly safe. Nurse Watkins is very competent.
Oh, okay, you got me over a barrel. But before I go...
What are you writing there?
Here, sign this, Judge.
What is this?
It's a receipt for my baby. I don't trust nobody. That judge, who does he think he is telling me I ain't a good father? I don't need him to straighten me out. It's none of his business.
You're right. That's my business.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby O'Dell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
What are you doing in the courthouse, Digger?
Well, I've been serving on a jury. It's a new experience for me. This is the first time I've ever been in a box with 11 other people.
I'm in an awful jam, Digger. I just come from juvenile court.
Well, I was there last week to testify against a gang of hoodlums. They pilfered a sign from a travel bureau and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was frantic.
Why? What does the sign say?
Need a rest? Let us tell you where to go.
I had to go to court on account of my baby. They say I ain't a good father.
Oh, that is a vile slander.
They said I was gypping the public because I didn't have a license to peddle. You see, you got to have a license to gyp the public.
Why, that's outrageous. Riley, we must plan your defense. Do you have any character witnesses?
No.
I'll dig some up for you. And I'll get you my personal lawyer, Humphrey Higgins.
Is he good?
Good. He's the official attorney for the NAM, the National Association of Morticians. Just watch how he cuts the ground out from under that judge. Oh, you'll adore Higgins. Crooks swear by him.
Well, then he's the man I want. Now, I got to go get my wife and take her to the judge.
Then go. Find your dear spouse immediately. And don't worry, Riley. I'll get you out of this mess. I have influence in this town. Nobody carries more weight than I do. Well, cheerio. I have some spade work to do.
Peg! Oh, she ain't home yet. Oh, when she finds out her poor baby ain't here, I don't know what she'll do.
Papa, please don't talk like that.
I won't stand for it, Peggy. I won't have my daughter working to support her.
Just for a while, Papa. Oh, hello, Chester.
Oh, Peggy, I'm so glad you're home. Oh, your father's with you. Hello, Mr. Blocker.
Don't talk to me, you lazy lout.
Oh, stop it, Papa. Papa, let me at the office.
Riley, this can't go on. I will not have my daughter slaving in an office to support a shiftless, good-for-nothing baboon.
Oh, Papa, shh. You'll wake the baby.
Yeah, you'll wake the baby.
Now, get your things, Peggy.
Wait a minute. Where's she going?
She's coming home with me. Get your things, Peggy. I'll get the baby.
Oh, no. That baby stays with me.
Riley, get away from that door.
Oh, Papa, stop
You can't have that baby. I ain't letting that baby out of my sight for 1 minute.
Get away.
No, I won't. Put your hands up. I won't. Don't you touch that baby or else.
Where's the baby?
Riley, where's the baby?
Yeah, where's the baby? Peg. You're hanging an innocent man.
Riley, where's Babsy? What happened? There's been an accident.
Oh, no, don't get excited. Peg, she's all right.
But where is she?
Where is that baby?
She's in jail.
In jail?
Yeah, but don't worry. Look, I got a receipt.
Order in the court, order. What are all you people doing here anyway? Your Honor, I'm the baby's grandfather. Oh, I see. And who are you, sir?
Hi, sir. I'm Digby O'Death. I'm here to help Riley get out of a hole.
Oh. Very well. Now let's get on. Mrs. Riley?
Yes, Your Honor.
You say you're employed during the day.
That's right, Your Honor.
And you leave your baby in the care of this, your husband.
Yes, but Riley's really wonderful with the baby. He's really a wonderful father.
It seems to me this whole problem would be solved if Riley could get a job.
I tried to, Your Honor, but...
He doesn't want to work. He's no good.
That's a lie. I looked everywhere. Why, I'd do anything for that baby. I'd even dig ditches.
Your Honor, Riley has just gotten himself a job.
You're willing to employ him, Mr. Odell?
Oh, yes, indeed. I could use a live man down at my place.
Very well, then. The case is dismissed.
Oh, thanks, Digger. Thanks, Judge.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
And Riley, I hope this has taught you a lesson.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Believe me, I'll never try to be a mother again. I just ain't built that way.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. A shampoo headliner. That's Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in a handy tube. From Rochester, New York, Mrs. Robert C. Blake writes,
I call Prell the perfect shampoo because it's done for my hair what I've long dreamed of. Now my hair is radiant, easy to do, and unsightly dandruff no longer a problem.
Yes, everyone agrees. Prell's a wonder for two reasons. One, leaves hair soft, smooth, radiantly lovely. Two, removes embarrassing dandruff quickly. Ask for
P-R-E-L-L Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prell shampoo.
Well, that's the story. So every year on Mother's Day, I give him a box of cigars for being such a wonderful mother. Oh, Daddy sure was a character.
Boy, I'm glad you were born first, Babs. Well, here's the coffee, little mother.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Daddy, I just found out you owe me $5.
I do not. What $5?
Well, the $5 I collected in my little tin cup.
The $5... Peg, you told him.
Come on, Daddy, $5.
Now, wait a minute.
She's right, Pop. You owe her $5.
Yeah, don't be such a wise guy. Maybe I did take that $5, Dad, but I gave it to the doctor for a down payment on you. And if I ever pay him the $95 balance, we'll own you outright.
Folks, this is Ken Niles, happy to announce that over 5,500 retail florists, all subscribers to Telegraph Delivery Service, Flowers by Wire, have voted Mrs. Riley radio's favorite mother. Congratulations, Paula Winslow, for your fine portrayal of Mrs. Riley. Remember, there's still time to remember your favorite mother with flowers on Mother's Day. Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Ship. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecht. And remember, for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. In the factory, on the farm, in the home.
Hey, Mom, where's the lava soap?
Yes, Mom, Dad, Junior, all need lava soap to get dirty hands really clean. With a quick lava wash-up, all dirt is off and down the drain. There's no dirt left on hands to streak nice towels. 50,000 tiny scrubbers in every inch of lava's snowy lather get deep dirt from skin crevices between fingers, around knuckles and nails. Get the stubborn dirt ordinary wash-ups miss. And hands are sparkling clean in 30 to 50 seconds. Mothers know lava is wonderful for cleaning children's grimy hands, knees, elbows. Mrs. Catherine Delaney of Boonton, New Jersey says,
You should see how dirty my youngsters get, but lava gets them clean from head to toe in no time. Yet does it gently.
Remember that, folks, and get the soap that gets the dirt. Get lava soap. This is Ken Niles reminding you to listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. And now, stay tuned for Truth or Consequences. Good night.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Hi, Doggy's Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the main topic of conversation in Pine Ridge is the premiere of Lum and Abner's picture, which is to be held in the schoolhouse Friday night. A projection machine has been ordered from the county seat, and Lum is busy appointing committees to handle all the arrangements for the big event. As we look in on the little community, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store and library. He's making a phone call. Listen.
Oh, is that you, Sister Simpson? Well, this is Lum Edwards, moving picture star talking. Ma? Oh, no, it don't feel no difference being a celebrity. Of course, you know me. I wouldn't let something like this affect me none. I'm going right ahead on speaking to all my friends just the same as usual, just like I weren't no better than they was. Uh-huh.
Morning, Lum. Oh, excuse me, I never seen you on the phone.
Just a minute, Abner. Mom? Oh, well, what I called you up for was to appoint you head of the committee to decorate the schoolhouse for the premiere of our picture Friday night, The Bashful Bachelor. Huh? Oh, you already figured on that?
Why, of course, she always does the decorating for everything.
Yeah, that ought to look nice. Uh-huh. Yes, Mom.
Don't tell me what she's calling.
Uh-huh. Well, either red or blue will be fine. Uh-huh. Red's fine with me.
Yeah, that's my favorite color, red.
All right, make it blue then.
Oh.
Well, either one's all right. Uh-huh. Yes, Mom. Here, Abner. Take the receiver and listen to Sister Simpson for a while. I got a lot of other work to do.
Well, I don't know what to say to her.
Oh, just say anything. It don't matter no way. She'll do all the talking.
Well, I don't want to listen, Mom. Now, just let the receiver hang there. She'll run down after a while.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Go drop it.
Hope she gets through talking pretty soon, though, because I got a lot of importance calls to make.
Importance calls? What for?
Well, for the premier.
Oh.
I'm appointing all the committees this morning so they can get started on all the arrangements for everything. There's a heap of work that's got to be did before Friday night.
Yeah, I reckon so. Well, who's on the committees?
Well, I got Mose Mooch down for ticket sales.
Mose, huh?
Yeah, I figure he can sell a lot of them right there in the barber shop.
That's a good idea.
I'm putting Luke Spears in charge of refreshments. He can get them out of his restaurant, of course.
Yeah. We're going to have refreshments at the movies?
Well, sure. It's a big affair, Abner. Don't forget that. And we want to do it upright and make a good impression on all the visitors that'll more than likely come to Pine Ridge for that premiere.
Yeah. Well, where are we going to get the money to pay for all this stuff?
Uh-huh.
Out of that $10,000 Diogenes left for the community?
No, we can't spend none of that for the premiere.
Well, why not? It's doing a heap of good for Pine Ridge.
Uh-huh.
What do you keep saying uh-huh for?
Oh, just so Sister Simpson will think I'm still listening.
Oh, well, you ain't.
Well, I know, but she don't know the difference. She does all the talking anyway.
Oh. Well, Lum, this premiere's going to help Pine Ridge. All the stores will do more business when the visitors is here, and everybody get a lot of enjoyment out of it.
Nobody wouldn't look right, Abner. Me and you both being in the picture and all. No, we got to find some other way to raise the money.
Well, how are we going to do it?
I don't know. I'm going to leave that up to Squire Skimp.
Squire, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to appoint him head of the financing committee as soon as I can get hold of him.
Yeah.
Just a minute. I better see if Sister Simpson's through talking yet.
Well, if she is, she must not be feeling well today.
Uh-huh.
Talk by the hour.
Yeah, that sounds good, Sister Simpson. Uh-huh. Well, either red or blue, I don't care.
There we go.
Uh-huh. She's still going strong as ever.
Yeah, well, who else is on the committees, Lum? Am I on any of them?
Oh, yeah. I got you down here for... Oh, yeah, you're the head ticket taker.
Ticket taker?
Yeah, you stand right there at the door and take the tickets as the folks go into the theater, or schoolhouse.
Well, good for me.
If you want to, you can wear my grade warden cap.
Can I?
Yeah, you can just paste a piece of paper across the front saying ticket taker on it.
Well, good for me. Wonderful.
I know you'd enjoy it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to put Cedric in charge of getting some big lights to put out in front of the place.
I reckon I ought to borrow Grandpappy Spears' old band uniform and wear that, too.
Yeah, you could.
That's fancy.
What we ought to have is them great big lights that shines way up in the skies. That's the kind they use out there in Hollywood.
Yes, huh?
But I don't know where we can get none of them.
No, me neither.
Of course, Cedric could drive his car up in front of the school and shoot his searchlight up in the air. That'll help a little.
This doggy's little Pearl will be tickled to death to see me standing there taking tickets.
Maybe Cedric will have an idea where we can get some of them big lights.
He might.
And let's see. Oh, yeah, head usher. I ain't got nobody for that yet. Who do you reckon would make a good head usher, Abner?
Let's see. How about Mousy Gray?
Well, no, I already got him out working on something else.
On what?
No, I forget now. Just some little old thing.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. Pick up the receiver, Abner, and see if Sister Simpson's through yet.
Well, all right. I wish you'd tell me, though, what it is. Uh-huh. Yes, Sister Simpson, that'll look pretty. Uh-huh. Yeah, red streamers will be fine. Or blue. Well, either red or blue. All right, blue then. Uh-huh. She's telling how she's going to decorate the stage now.
I don't know. Maybe it was a mistake painting her head decorator.
Well, you'd have an awful fight on your hands if you didn't. She ain't never let nobody else be head of no decorating committee for anything that's took place in Pine Ridge as long as I can recollect.
I guess that's right.
Oh, yeah, she's a decorator.
Well, she'd hurry and get off the phone so that I can get the rest of the committee to find.
Yeah, you got a heap of a pinting to do, too, you know. Say, I just thought of something here, Lum. Ain't you going to pint yourself to some committee?
No, I don't believe so, Abner.
Well, now, you got just as much right as the rest of us to be on something, Lum. We don't want to hog all the important jobs.
No, I'm proud to see you get 'em, Abner. You deserve to get something good out of this premiere.
Well, so do you. Yeah, you're in the picture, too.
Yeah, I know, but I'm willing to sit back and let others take the glory.
Oh, now, Lum.
Besides, I figure somebody will have to be free to ride in the parade.
Parade? Is there going to be a parade?
Oh, yeah, just a little one. Up Main Street and over to the schoolhouse just before the show. Won't be much to it.
Well, Lum, I'd like to get in that parade.
Uh-huh.
And so will Cedric and the Squire. Don't forget, they're both in the picture, too.
Yeah, I know, but Squire will be awful busy counting money and taking care of the finances. And Cedric will have to be on the job handling them big lights.
Yeah.
Of course, you'll have your hands full taking tickets. So it looks like I'll just have to ride in the parade for all you fellas.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I wonder where I can get a bunch of old telephone books.
Telephone books?
Yeah, we'll need some for the folks at the parade to tear up in little bitty pieces and throw them at me as I ride by.
Throw them at you?
Well, I mean little pieces, not the whole book.
Oh.
See, they can get up on the roof of some of the store buildings and throw the little pieces of paper down on me like confetti. Makes an impressive thing out of it.
Yeah, say, Lum, I believe we better get somebody else for a ticket taker. I don't believe I'd be much good at that.
Yes, you will now. You're just the man for the job, Abner. I've got to get me a fountain pen, too, so I can sign all them autographs for the folks.
Autographs?
Yeah, I'll more than likely be swamped. Everybody be crowding around me asking me for my autograph. All my fans will be there, of course.
Well, now, Lum, I know I can't be the ticket taker then, because I'll have to be signing autographs, too.
No, I doubt if they'll ask you, Abner.
Huh?
I'm the one they'll ask for autographs. I know that.
Well, why will they want yours and they won't want mine?
Abner, listen.
Huh?
I know what I'm doing. Now, you just leave this arrangement up to me.
Well, all right, but I still believe that I ought to be there signing autographs. I can't take tickets, I'll tell you that.
Pick up the receiver again, see if Sister Simpson's done talking yet.
Well, why don't you listen at your phone call?
It ain't importance enough for me to handle. Now, go ahead.
All right, Dad, blame it. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a good idea, Sister Simpson. Uh-huh. Well, whatever you say, either blue or red. Uh-huh. She's up to the raft.
Wonderful world, Mr. Lum, Mr. Abner.
Oh, Cedric, Doggett, you always have to scare a fella when you come in the store.
I seen him coming in.
Well, I never meant to scare nobody. I just want to get some paper to write my name on.
Write your name?
Yes, Mom. Look, I already got my pockets full of slips of paper with my name wrote on them. But I'll need a lot more, though.
Well, what in the world's them for, Cedric?
Them's for autographs. Going to give them out the night of the premiere.
Well, just a minute, Cedric. What makes you think anybody'll ask you for your autograph?
Oh, I know they will. Already got a whole list of them here.
Well?
Clarence Blevin, Shorty Bates, and Skinny Foster, and Arnold McGuire, and Frank Clancy, and Gomer Bates.
Well, how do you know they'll ask you, Cedric?
Because I paid them all 15 cents for it.
15 cents? Why, Cedric, you oughtn't to do a thing like that. That's almost like cheating or something, ain't it, Lum?
Why, of course it is. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Cedric.
Yeah, you better go back to every one of them young'uns and get your money back, Cedric.
Gosh, I worked awful hard getting all these, and... Wait a minute, there comes Mousy. I ain't got him yet.
Oh.
Well, now, don't bring up the subject around Mousy, Cedric. Don't let him know that you've been doing that at all.
No, you just forget that idea, Cedric.
I worked awful hard, though.
Well, just keep quiet now, Cedric. Well, howdy, Mousy.
Yeah, howdy, Mousy. I'm sorry I won't be able to talk business with you right now, Mousy.
You won't? Well, gee, I really think I ought to make a report on my activities to you right now, Lum.
Some other time, Mousy. We'll see you later.
Yes, sir, but, Lum, it's not going well at all. I don't think you'll get many fans unless you raise your price. Cedric has already offered everyone 15 cents.
Mom?
Just a minute. Just a minute here. Lum Edders, did you send Mousy out to get young'uns to ask
Stand
your
aside,
order?
Abner. Let me get to that phone. I got an important call on here. I forgot.
Now, Lum, you answer me now.
Hey, shut up, Abner. I can't hear a word she's saying. Uh-huh.
Oh, my.
Yes, Sister Simpson. That'll look something wonderful. Yes, Mom. Uh-huh. Yeah, blue sounds good. Yeah, red's good, too.
The Amos and Andy Show, transcribed, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Hans Conried, Millie Bruce, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Garsden and Charles Correll, Amos and Andy.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Charles Correll. I want to share a health secret in the Correll family with you. Whenever one of the adults in my family gets a real king-size cold, he starts right in taking Rexall Anapac. The reason is that Anapac combines antihistamine with APC compound, and that way you get quick, all-round relief from the misery of a cold. Believe me, this time of the year, it's just common sense to keep a bottle of Anapac in the medicine chest. It's spelled A-N-A-P-A-C, Anapac, and you'll find it at every Rexall drugstore.
Well, it's now 3 o'clock in the morning at the home of George Kingfish Stevens. It's pitch dark in the living room as the front door slowly opens. And the Kingfish tiptoes in.
Well, so far, so good. I got my shoes off, so I won't wake up Sapphire and her mama. Boy, it's dark in here. Now I'll just tippy-toe through the living room and... Oh, wow, whoa, whoa. Me, Sapphire, done scattered them thumbtacks all over the floor again. The only difference between crossing this room and the Russian border is that they ain't got none of them ferocious police dogs here.
Yeah, Mama. Get out of bed and quick.
Oh, yes, on hard and rin tin tin. Oh.
Well, the lights is on, George Stevens, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I demand an explanation.
Well, I tell you, I was,
That's a lie. All right, George, what's her name?
Her? Why, you ain't referring as I was out with another woman, is you?
Look, there's only 2 things that'll keep a man out till 3 o'clock in the morning. Women or cards. And I know you ain't got the brains to play canasta. George, where was you?
Well, honey, I just can't tell you. I just can't.
All right, George. If that's your attitude, I ain't going to say nothing further. I ain't going to lose my temper or say another word. I just want to tell you one thing. You ain't getting away with coming in here at no 3 o'clock in the morning. I ain't gonna stand for it. I know you aren't up to no good. And furthermore, if you ever does anything like this again, I'm gonna take a flat iron and flatten out that tin head of yours. Leave out there in the living room. Come on, Mama, let's go to bed. All right.
Boy, there goes a couple of monsters in bathrobes. With that nighttime makeup on, they look like something even Frank Buck wouldn't bring back.
So your wife and her mama was pretty mad at you when you come in at 3 o'clock this morning, huh?
Well, and I ain't supposed to tell this to nobody. I got a job. And I want you to keep this under your hat, boy. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I was working for the Peterson Detective Agency. I was out till 3 o'clock this morning shadowing a wayward husband.
Why didn't you just plain to Sapphire that you was a private eyeball?
I can't, Henry. That's one of the rules of the company. You ain't allowed to recuss your work with nobody.
Oh, yeah, I see the point. Your wife is liable to blab it all over town.
Well, I got to get on home and take a nap. Mr. Peterson wants me to follow that married man again tonight. I wish he'd take that dame home before 3 o'clock in the morning so I could get some sleep, you know that?
Oh, Mama, this is the 3rd night this week, George. Come home at 3 o'clock in the morning. What do you suppose he's up to? Sapphire, he's mixed up with another woman. Another woman? Yeah. Oh, Mama. But I'm afraid you're right. Of course I'm right. Now tell me something, Sapphire. When is the last time that Romeo kissed you?
Well, Mom, I'm ashamed to tell you, but it was last New Year's Eve. Last New Year's Eve? Yes, and that was a masquerade. He thought I was somebody else. Mama, what am I going to do? Bye-bye. We've got to get the goods on him. We'll hire a detective and have him followed. But, Mama, having my own husband followed? Do you think that's right?
Honey, I had your father followed from the day I married him.
Well, when did you have the detective stop following?
When the grave digger throwed the last first shovel of dirt.
I guess you're right. We'll have him followed, but where are we going to get hold of a detective?
Well, now, I noticed there's one agency that always advertises in the paper. I'm going to call him right away and put him on George's trail.
But, Mama...
Hand me that phone, girl. Operator, give me the Peterson Detective Agency.
Well, let me get in the boss's office here. You done sent for me, Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, that's right, Stephen. I like the way you wound up that other case.
Yeah.
You did a nice job shadowing that fellow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Catching on all right. I guess I was just a natural-born sneak.
Well, we've got quite a few cases in the office today. Got one here I think you can handle. Now, some woman up on Lennox wants her son-in-law followed. Thinks he's chasing after women.
Oh, another one of them no-good two-timers, huh?
Well, I haven't got the details. My secretary took the information over the telephone. You pick up the folder on your way out and follow through. It's your case.
Oh, yeah, sir. You know, I was just thinking, Mr. Peterson, if this poor sap knows what was going on, he'd really have something to worry about.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store name. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Rexall MI31 is a good example. Used full strength, MI31 kills contacted germs in seconds, yet will not harm delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. That's why it makes such a refreshing mouthwash, soothing gargle, and effective breath deodorant. What's more, you get a full pint of MI31 at the same price as other brands of smaller quantity. Ask for MI31, America's many-purpose antiseptic, at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
Kingfish, I see you back here at the lodge hall. I thought you went down to the detective agency.
Yeah, well, then, they give me a new case. I suppose to follow some wayward husband. I got the folder here, and I'm just about to look up the details on the thing.
You say this is a wayward husband, huh?
Yes, and they say here on the report, right under complaint, it say, man stays out nights till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning with no explanation to his wife or mother-in-law. You know, and a fellow like that ought to be horsewhipped.
Yeah, he must be a real no-good. Tell me this, how you go about following him?
Well, the first thing I does is to memorize the description of the victim. Let's see what it say on the description. Say here, man has egg-shaped head with no hair. What you looking at, Ann?
Nothing.
Reminds me, I'm going to have to start taking them hair treatments again.
What else do it say about the man's look?
Well, see here, blank expression on face with protruding ears. What you looking at, Anna?
Nothing.
Wait a minute, Anna. Does my ears protrude?
Well, now that you ask, the last time I see the head with ears like that, Cebu was sitting on the head.
Now, look, Andy, leave me out of this thing. It's bad enough following a bum like this without you associating me with him. Now, let's see here. General description. Man usually wears gray suit with checkered vest. No, what you looking at, Andy?
Your gray suit and checkered vest.
You know, Andy, It's a different canoe, but I have a feeling I was up the old familiar creek again.
Look, Kingfish. Don't it say somewhere there who engaged the detective agency?
Yeah, on the back of the page you say that.
Well, there's only one thing you do. Turn it over and look at it. Grab the bull by the horn.
Yeah, here goes.
Did you grab the bull by the horns?
Andy, the bull grabbed me first. The one that hired the detective is my mom-in-law.
Holy mackerel, Kingfish. You're supposed to be following yourself.
Yeah, Andy, I see the whole thing. While I've been working, Sapphire and her mama thought I was going out with another woman. That's why they went to a detective agency.
Yeah, well, this is a great detective agency you're working for anyway. They furnishes the detective and the bum you follows at the same time.
What is I going to do? If I tell Sapphire working for the Peterson Detective Agency, I'll lose my job over there.
Well, just keep your mouth shut and turn in a favorable report on yourself. That'll nip the jealousy in the bud.
Oh, Andy, that's a wonderful idea, boy. Yeah, turn in a report on myself. Oh, you was a dear boy, and I love you, boy. You know it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess your troubles is over. I think I'll drop over to pool hall. Oh, say, by the way, you remember that white shirt that you loaned me last week to take my gal to the dance?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Well, I got it here in this paper bag. You want to take it home with you?
Yeah, I'll take it on home, dump it in the laundry hamper.
Yeah, well, excuse me for not getting it washed, Kingfish, but the woman that does my wash charged me a flat sum, and I'm only allowed one shirt a week.
Yeah, one shirt.
So that's the whole story, George. For the past week, me and Mama has had you followed by a detective.
Detective? You don't mean to tell me.
Yes, George, and I'm happy to say that he's given you a wonderful report.
Yeah, well, you didn't need to go to all that trouble to have me followed. A man that's always been as Simonized pure as I is, you know.
George, after reading that report, me and Mama's calling off the detective agency, and I'll never doubt you again.
Oh, fine, honey. Well, I'll go on down to Lodge Hall. Bye-bye, my love.
Bye-bye, my sweetheart. Oh, it's wonderful not having to be suspicious of George anymore. I feel so well.
Donna, where is he?
George? Why, he just left. Is there something wrong, Mama?
I was just about to do the laundry, and look what I found. Lipstick on one of his shirts.
Well, Mama, it could be ketchup.
Listen, daughter. Since when does Libby's put Chanel No. 5 in that tomato sauce?
But what about the report from the detective agency, Mama?
Daughter, we ain't trusting no more detective agencies. You and me is going to wait outside that lodge hall tonight and follow that two-timer ourselves.
Oh, hi, Kingfish. I didn't expect to find you in the lodge hall this time of night. I thought you was working.
Well, just about to leave on a new case I got, Andy. Got a new assignment here. Got a bodyguard job.
Yes, huh?
Yeah, there's a young, pretty-old gal named Mrs. Wilson having trouble with her husband, and I was the bodyguard. Yeah, she's just a sweet young thing, and she afraid that he might bust in the house, you know, and get violent and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, that sounds awful dangerous to me, Kingfish.
No, Andy, no danger. Got Sapphire and Mama off the track with that phony report, you know.
Yeah, that's right. You sure put one over on them, all right.
Yeah, it's the first time I got the best of my mother-in-law since the night we was roasting marshmallows and I let the old gal bite into a hot golf ball. Never will forget. Knocked out 3 of her front teeth, yeah. Well, so long, Andy. I gotta get up to Mrs. Wilson's apartment.
That's all right.
Now, don't you worry about a thing, Mrs. Wilson. I is here to protect you.
Oh, with the big detective here, I don't think my husband will cause any trouble. You see, he only weighs 117 pounds.
Only weighs 117 pounds. That case, I guess this lead pipe and these brass knuckles will be enough. I'll put the pistol and the shotgun over against the wall here. What do we look like, Miss Wilson?
Well, he's very thin, and he broke his arm a few weeks ago, and it's still in a sling.
Arm in a sling. This case is looking better every minute here. Mind if I make myself comfortable here for the siege?
Oh, of course not. Go right ahead.
Yeah, well, I'll just take off my coat and my tie. I'm losing my collar here.
Oh, well, just make yourself at home. I think I'll go in the back and wash my hair.
Okay. I'll just unlatch here. Holy smokes. I didn't have to wait long for action.
Oh, that must be my husband. Do be careful.
Yeah, listen, you just stay in the back there, and I'll take care of everything.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I got this lead pipe here. I'll clip him on the broken arm first. That ought to slow him down. Now, look at here. It won't do you no good. Why, Sapphire, Mama!
Yes, George, we done followed you all the way from the lodge hole. Whose apartment is this, anyhow?
It ain't nobody's. It's empty. I hear alone.
Good heavens, if that's my husband, don't let him in.
Sapphire, I can explain the whole thing.
I have all the explanation I need. I don't want to never see you again as long as I live.
Wait a minute. Don't let's let it end like this.
I don't intend to. Take this, you boss! Mr. Stevens, is everything all right? Oh, good heavens, he's lying on the floor. Whoever that was at the door hit him with his own lead pipe.
Ladies, have you ever longed for fine beauty care that's really simple and economical? Sensible beauty care that isn't tied to endless bottles and jars, to endless creams for different corners of your skin? If you have, and what woman hasn't, here's important news for you. I was talking with Ann Delafield, one of the world's greatest beauty authorities. Miss Delafield said, and I quote, "The idea that a woman needs more than one cream is just plain nonsense. I've put all you need for deep cleansing, deep lubricating, and smoothing for all parts of your face right into one single cream. My Ann Delafield All-Purpose Deep Cream. Yes, ladies, Ann Delafield has brought you a fine, rich cream that does everything. And this deep cream is just the beginning of a whole new line of cosmetics, designed especially for the busy woman. Try Ann Delafield's All-Purpose Deep Cream and Makeup Beauty Aids today. Available at Rexall Drug Stores everywhere.
Yeah, Amos, Sapphire done throwed the Kingfish out of the house. Oh, look, Andy, it seems to me the sensible thing to do is for the Kingfish to tell Sapphire he was acting as a bodyguard for the young gal. No, sir. He say if Sapphire don't trust him, he ain't going to explain nothing. Oh, this is a mess, boy. Yeah, the Kingfish done writ Sapphire a note. He say they've been fighting for years. And unless they can find some way to work their marriage problem out, he ain't never coming back. You say he's over at Calhoun's office discussing the thing, huh? Yeah. I wonder how he's making out at Calhoun's place there. Well, that's the whole story, Calhoun. My wife and I done split up. We has done gone our separate ways, and, well, our little home is broken up. Kingfish? That's a saddest thing I've ever heard. Now, listen here, Calhoun. I is desperate here. I'm trying to think of some way to preserve my marriage. Well, now, if that's the case, the thing for you to do is what all married folks does when they're having their squabbles. Go consult one of them marriage counselors. Marriage counselors? Yeah. I don't know none of them. Well, there's a very famous one downtown here, Mr. Pondexter. Welcomes all kind of cases. Oh, yeah, I done see this ad in the paper. Yeah. Hey, Calhoun, that's a great idea. Yeah. I was going to see this Mr. Poindexter and see if he can give me some advice to straighten out my marriage. Yeah, do that. Oh, thank you, Calhoun. Welcome, yeah. You know, you being single, you don't know what I'm going through. You lucky you never got married. Well, Kingfish, I had a gal once. Boy, and was she a beautiful creature. Face like an angel and a form like Venus. Man, that gal was crazy about me.
Wouldn't even look at another man. Just wanted to be with me. Wanted to go around with me and be near me all the time.
Oh, she did, huh?
Worshiped the ground I walked on. Sold herself at my feet and just begged me to marry her.
Well, then why didn't you marry her?
Man, I wouldn't trust no gal that'd go for a bum like me.
Well, Kingfish, we is the last ones left in Mr. Poindexter's waiting room here.
Oh, yeah, Andy. I give him all the details on the phone, and he said he'd work out a solution for my problem and have it ready for... wait a minute. Here comes a man now.
Well, how do you do? Oh, you poor man. Mr. Stevens, I can just tell you have a serious marital problem by the way you're standing there in a stupor.
I is Brown. This is Mr. Stevens.
Oh, yes, sure. I'm sorry, Mr. Stevens. Won't you come into my office, please?
Thank you. See you later at the lodge hall, Andy.
Okay. Now, sit right down there, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Now, Mr. Stevens, I've been thinking your problem over very seriously, and I'm sure I put my finger on the crux of your marital trouble. In your case, the thing to do is to marry the wealthy widow and send the 7 children to a boarding school.
You got your finger on your own crux here. You see, I ain't willing 7 children to you. I was supposed to help with the jealous way.
Oh, dear, I had you confused with another client. I'm sorry, Mr. Stevens.
Oh, no harm done. No. I remember that in first case I ever run into a widow with 7 children. I'll put that down.
Very good. And now, for 23 years of your married life, you and your wife have quarreled. What we must find now is the reason for these quarrels. In other words, the solution to your problem is to find X. X. Yes, X means the unknown. When we come across something that's unexplainable, something that we've never seen before, we put down an X. Now tell me this, please. What does your wife look like?
Well, she got You better put down another X down there.
Mr. Stevens, the solution to your problem appears rather simple, really. In these arguments with your wife, the thing for you to do is to give in.
Give in?
Yes, you must learn to give in, to forgive and forget. This will make you the big person in the marriage.
Yeah, the big person. I'll be the big shot then. Yes. Poindexter, in the future, I'm going to give in and be the big person in the marriage.
Fine. That will be $10, please.
$10.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Stevens, I wonder if you'd mind leaving by the side door. I have another client coming.
Oh, yeah, sir. I'll go right out the side door, yeah, sir.
Miss Thorndyke, would you please send in the next patient? Well, this is the 18th case of marital trouble that I've straightened out today. 2 more, and I'll have enough to pay my 3rd wife's alimony. Oh, come right in, madam. Come right in. And what is your name, please?
Well, I'd rather use my maiden name. It's Sapphire Smith.
Oh, yes. I've been expecting you. You're the widow with the 7 children.
Oh, no. Remember, I phoned you about having trouble with my husband about another woman. We had a fight, and he'd have left home.
Oh, well, the solution to your problem is very simple, madam. In these arguments with your husband, the thing to do is give in.
Give in?
Yes, give in. Forgive and forget. That will make you the big person in the marriage.
The big person in the marriage. Mr. Poindexter, from now on, I am going to forgive and forget.
Fine. That will be $10. Please, now, if you'll just leave by the side.
Yes, Mama, I done sent for George. I'm going to tell him I'm going to forgive and forget. And that way I'll show I'm the big person in the marriage.
Well, you can do what you want. I ain't going to interfere.
Oh, thank you, Mama. I just hope...
That must be the bum now.
Mama, don't you think it would be better if you went in the bedroom?
All right, daughter. All right. But if you want me, you just holler, and I'll come charging out of there like the United States Cavalry.
Come in, George.
Well, I'm glad you called me, Sapphire, because there's something that I want to tell you.
Oh, yes, George, and there's something I want to tell you. I done decided to be the big person in this marriage.
Well, you decided to be the big person.
Yes, I decided to forgive and forget.
Oh, wait a minute, Chair. What's he trying to do, chisel in on my rocket? I'm the one that's going to be the big person in the marriage.
Oh, no, you ain't, George Stevens. I have done forgiven and forgot first. And that makes me the big person in the marriage.
Well, now, see here, I come up here to forgive and forget. And I'm going to do it, and I'm going to be the big person in this marriage if it's the last thing I ever do in my whole life.
Now, don't you shout at me. I done forgot to forgive before you get, you big bum.
Well, you ain't getting away with pulling this fast one like this. I'm going to fix you good. Wait a minute, hold it there. Mama, put out that bat so I can forgive and forget.
Yes, sir, Mama.
Help.
Well, how you feeling now, Kingfish?
Well, Andy, the doctor said that he's going to take the traction splints off me in a couple of weeks. Then he said I can get out of the hospital then.
Yeah, that Mr. Poindexter's advice wasn't no good, was it?
No, Andy, from now on, me and Sapphire have decided to go back to our old style of fighting. Just forgiving and forgetting is too hard on the bones, boy.
Friends, this is Harlow Wilcox. If you take vitamins, take the kind that gives you 3 big extras, plus B12. Yes, I mean take Rexall Plenamins. Plenamins formula includes folic acid, liver concentrate, iron, and B12. On top of that, Plenamins give you more than your minimum daily requirement of every vitamin with known minimums. Yet Plenamins cost only pennies per day. So give yourself the plus protection of Plenamins. 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 At Rexall drugstores everywhere. You know them by the orange and blue Rexall sign.
Yes, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to visit your Rexall family drugstore. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, directed and transcribed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Edgar Bergen Charlie McCarthy program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, Gene Kelly, yours truly, Toby Reed, Bee Benaderet, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, as we join the Burnses today, we find Gracie visiting at the home of her friend and neighbor, Blanche Morton.
Blanche, I dropped by to ask your advice about something. I've got a problem.
Yes, I know. What's he done now?
Oh, he hasn't done anything yet. But Saturday, he's going to have a birthday.
Oh, would you have a party?
Oh, no. Just the usual quiet celebration. George and me and a soggy cake.
Can't you bake a good cake?
Oh, the cake isn't soggy when I bake it. It's just that George has so many candles on his cake now, and he can't blow them out. He has to throw water on them.
I see.
Poor George. Every year he has less and less wind and more candles. But this isn't solving my problem. What will I get for him?
Gracie, why don't you give George something different and original this birthday, like I gave Harry?
Oh, what did you give Harry?
Well, we have a movie camera, so I took pictures of our little one and called it A Day in the Life of Our Baby. And then I gave the film to Harry. Oh, was he surprised.
Why? Didn't he know you had a baby?
Of course, but the pictures were a surprise.
Oh, well, that's a wonderful idea, Blanche. But George's birthday is Saturday. I'm afraid I won't have time to have a baby by then.
No, huh?
No. You see, tomorrow I'll be busy all day with my bridge club.
Gracie, I only meant that a movie might be nice. Say, how about A Day in the Life of George Burns? We'll shoot movies of everything he does all day.
Oh, you won't need a movie camera for that, Blanche. You can catch it with the Kodak.
Spends a quiet day, huh?
Oh, I'll say. I wish I had movies of the day George proposed to me. Oh, there was a day in his life. And a lot more life in his day.
Gracie, that's a great idea. Get someone to play the part of George, and you and he act out all the wonderful things that happened that day. Oh, what a movie that'll make.
Oh, yes. Do they censor home movies?
No, why? Was George pretty daring in those days?
Well, he was the Errol Flynn of vaudeville. What a sport. He wore all those buttons. You know, chicken inspector, free sparking. Oh, and he wore one button that said, Valentino is hot, but George burns.
So nauseating.
Yeah, wasn't he cute?
Well, who can we get to play the part of George when he was in vaudeville?
Well, that won't be easy, Blanche. He'll have to be a great singer, a great dancer, a great comedian, and a great lover. Now, where can we find a combination like that?
Let's ask Gene Kelly.
All right, maybe he'll know somebody. You know, he's a very good friend of ours.
No, I meant Gene Kelly could play the part of George.
Oh, Blanche, please. Let's not send a boy to do a man's job.
Believe me, Gracie, if you can get Gene Kelly to play the part of George, grab him.
Well, he might have some of George's talent, but there's one thing that worries me.
What's that?
Can he dance as well as George?
Gracie, can a fish swim as well as a piece of lead?
Can a fish swim as well as a piece of lead? Do you need the answer right away?
Gracie, take my word for it. George would be flattered to have Gene Kelly take his place. What a surprise when he sees the movie.
Oh, I know, Blanche. Without giving away the secret, I'll find out how George feels about Gene Kelly. If he likes him, I'll give Kelly the break.
Break? Gracie, he's one of the biggest stars in Hollywood. Did you see The Three Musketeers?
Yeah, which one was he? Porthos, Amos, or Andy?
He was the Kingfish.
Oh, well, I'll see you later, Blanche. George?
Yes, Gracie?
How do you feel about Gene Kelly?
He's a very good friend of ours. Why?
Well, I know that, but what do you think of him as a lover?
Well, this may surprise you, Gracie, but I've yet to neck with Gene Kelly.
Now, how about his talent? Do you think Gene Kelly is as good as you are in vaudeville?
As good? Are you kidding?
Well, is he?
Of course not. I could dance him off his feet.
Well, he dances pretty good in pictures.
Camera tricks. Shuffles his feet, and the sound effects man makes the tap. Back in vaudeville, you had to have it. No retakes, no angle shots. You just stood out there on the stage and threw it at the audience.
And sometimes they threw it right back.
That was only at the Jefferson.
Oh. Well...
I forgot the Fifth Avenue. And the Regent.
Uh-huh. How about the Royal?
The Royal, too.
Gene Kelly is pretty handsome, though. Don't you agree?
Yes, he'll get by. But why all the sudden interest in Gene Kelly?
Oh, nothing. You've got a birthday Saturday, and I just wanted to know if you liked him.
I like him, but for my birthday, I'd rather have a tie.
Well, that's all I wanted to know, dear. I'll see you later.
Goodbye, dear.
Oh, I hope Gene isn't too busy to do this for me.
Why, Gracie, how are you?
Hello, Gene. Because I want to make a home movie with another man playing the part of George. Naturally, I thought of you. Understand?
Oh, but that one word, naturally.
Well, don't you think you and George have a great deal in common?
Well, we both put on our trousers one leg at a time.
Oh, I don't want you to play the George Burns you know. I want you to play the old George Burns.
That's the one I know.
No. I want you to play the George Burns of vaudeville days. We'll reenact the day he proposed to me, and then I'll give him the movie for his birthday.
Well, that's a sweet thought, Gracie, but why pick me? Did George dance in vaudeville?
Did he dance? He was the most realistic dancer you ever saw. When he did Off to Buffalo, you couldn't tell him from a buffalo.
Well, I still have that trouble. Well, all right, Gracie. I'll play the part of George in your home movie.
Oh, good. We'll go to the park and film the proposal scene. But first you better have George teach you his dance steps.
Well, why do we need that for the proposal scene?
Oh, well, when I said yes, he was so happy he went into his dance. And a crowd gathered and started throwing money at him. Oh, George got mad.
Well, I don't blame him at a romantic moment like that.
No, that wasn't it. A dime rolled down a crack and he couldn't get it.
Okay, Gracie, let's go have George show me that dance.
Now, don't tell him what it's for. I want this all to be a surprise. Promise you won't say anything.
Don't worry, Gracie. I'm going to be a mummy.
Really? Well, should you dance in your condition?
Well, I think it'll be all right. Let's go.
Well, look who I brought home with me, George. Gene Kelly.
Hello, Gene. It's good to see you. Same here, George. Say, Gracie's been telling me about a dance step you did in vaudeville. Would you teach it to me? Well, Gene, my dance steps were pretty tough. I don't know whether you can handle them. Well, I'll try real hard. My act used to stop the show, didn't it, Gracie?
Stop the show. It even closed the theaters. Nothing could follow you.
You're not kidding. You better make some coffee, Gracie. Kelly's going to learn my stuff. He'll be here for a long time.
All right, dear. Excuse me, Gene.
Now, Gene, I'll show you my act right from the top. Wait a minute. Hold on. What's that? What's that? That's the introduction of the band. Now I go into my opening song.
Hear the steamboat whistle blowing. Honey, don't cry. When you know which time I'm going.
Wait a minute, George. What's that? Well, what's that? That's a steamboat.
George, you better just show me the dance.
Well, later. Now I'll do the chorus and explain the gestures as I go along. The gestures. Now. Honey, my heart will pine for you. Feet wide apart and hands behind you. When the toil of day is through, cane over shoulder. Every little star, right hand on lapel. Please from afar, right hand in pocket with thumb. We'll be shining just for you.
George, that's nice. No? Let's get to your dance step.
I had a million great steps. Which one do you want to learn?
Well, your best one.
Best one?
Sure.
You're really asking for it, eh, kid? Okay, stand back and give me plenty of room. Now watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Well, kid, that was your best step. Yeah. Think you can dig it?
I don't know. It's been buried a long time.
I doubt if you can handle it.
Handle that? Watch this.
I knew I'd have trouble. Now watch. I'll do it again and simplify it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay, try it.
Well, now, wait a minute, George. How about this? Listen.
Well, this will take longer than I thought. But you'll learn it if I have to do it 100 times.
Oh, no, not that.
Well, let's do it together.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2 again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2 again.
1. It's still the season to button up your overcoat, but then that's no cause for worry. Who's afraid of Old Man Winter anyhow? A grand song hit of just 15 years ago had the perfect solution for all winter weather worriers. Now see if you can recognize the song from just the mellow harmony. To that we'll add this lovely counter melody for richness. Now we add the vigorous rhythm. And to round out this popular song, as you've always known and enjoyed it, we add the full-bodied melody. Yes, our musical weatherman reports it's June in January. Friends, you can see what it takes to create America's favorite music. The expert blending of not one, but many excellent musical parts. Well, it takes the same skill in blending to bring you the superb coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more Americans than any other brand. Famous Maxwell House coffee. Flavor has made Maxwell House America's favorite brand of coffee. Mellow, satisfying, good to the last drop flavor no other coffee gives you. And expert blending is the reason. To create the rich, heartwarming flavor, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many choice coffees from fertile Latin American highlands. First, they select premium grades of Monazali's coffees for mellowness. To these mellow-flavored coffees, fine Medellins are added for richness. But mellowness and richness are not enough, so other choice coffees are added for vigor. And then Bucaramangas coffees are added for fine, full body. This This perfectly balanced Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster-fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
So why wait beyond tomorrow to discover all the extra flavor that's yours in every cup of America's favorite brand of coffee? Famous Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, Jean, I called Blanche Morton and told her to meet us in the park with her movie camera. Where's George?
He's in the den, resting. He did that step of his 3 times and fell on his face.
Oh, well, come on, let's go.
Oh, wait a minute, Gracie. To make this authentic, I should dress like George did when he danced in vaudeville. I can't keep on these clothes.
Well, you better keep them on. What kind of a dance do you think George did? He wasn't Gypsy Rose Burns.
No, I only meant that I should dig up an old-fashioned suit like George wore in those days.
Oh, well, we're in luck. George has still got that very suit he wore the day he proposed to me.
You're kidding. He saved that old thing?
Yes, you wait here. I'll go get him to take it off.
Gracie, won't that make him suspicious? After all, you want this movie to be a surprise.
Oh, don't worry, Gina. I'll be very shrewd and subtle. I'll get his clothes without making him the least bit suspicious. Hello, George.
Hello?
Reading the paper?
Uh-huh.
Lots of news, isn't there?
Sure is.
Well, enough of this conversation. Take off your clothes.
Take off my clothes?
Oh, too soon, huh? Did you read about the president?
Yeah.
Busy man, isn't he?
Uh-huh.
Well, that ought to do it. Take off your clothes.
What for?
George, this close to your birthday. Don't ask any questions.
Oh, you're going to get me a new suit, huh? You don't have to do that. I've only worn this one for 17 years.
Well, take it off, dear. I need it.
Okay. Guess I can always wear one of my old ones.
Come on, Jean. There's Blanche waiting for us over there by the trees. Why are you stumbling?
Look, Gracie, I don't mind wearing George's suit, but do I have to wear these old tap shoes of his? They don't fit me.
Oh? Would you rather put on your own shoes?
I've got them on inside of these.
Well, do you think you'll be able to dance in George's shoes?
Dance in them? I could sleep in them.
Well, here's Blanche Morton. Blanche, this is Jean Kelly.
Always charmed to meet a lovely lady, Miss Morton.
Oh, you rascal. She's not Miss Morton. She's married.
Stool pigeon. Well, let's shoot the proposal scene. Now, what's the first thing George did?
Well, he kissed me, but we'll skip that.
Well, why?
Well, I couldn't kiss another man.
But you want the picture to be authentic.
Oh. Well, all right, Jean, you can kiss me, but only on the lips.
Only on the lips.
Well, my forehead is sacred to George.
Let's film the scene.
I tell you, George, I saw it with my own eyes. As I drove through the park, there sat Gene Kelly with his arms around Gracie. No. Yeah. And then they kissed. Well, I was amazed. Why should Gracie go for another man? Yeah. She's married to me. Say, that explains it. How do you like that, Gene Kelly? I taught him to sing like me, to dance like me, and what does he do? He steals my wife. Well, one dirty trick deserves another. You're a big help. George, if there's anything I can do, just let me know. You can beat up Gene Kelly for me. Don't hesitate, just name it. I said you can beat up Gene Kelly for me. Anything at all, ask me. I'd like you to beat up Gene Kelly. I'm yours to command, just tell me what I can do. All you can do is chase women. I heard that command and I'll obey.
Come in. Hello, George. I rushed over. Oh, hi, Bill.
Hi, Tobe. Toby, you're a big husky guy. Do you think you can beat up a certain movie star?
Sure. What's her name?
Well, it's not a her. It's Gene Kelly.
Gene Kelly. Well, that's what I rushed over to tell you about, George. I was in the park and I saw him kiss Gracie.
You too?
No, he only kissed Gracie.
Well, this clinches it. Now I know why she was so interested in Gene Kelly this morning.
Hey, George, here comes Kelly up the walk. Holy smoke, why would Gracie go for a jerk who dresses like that? Look at that suit.
Yeah. That's the worst-looking thing I ever... It's mine. The nerve of him. He not only takes my wife my routine, but my best suit.
Look, listen, I know how to break up this romance. I'll get Gene Kelly to leave town.
How?
Never mind, I got an idea. Now, you guys wait in the other room.
Okay, come on.
Come in.
Bill, good one.
Gene Kelly. Listen, Gene, how would you like to leave town and go back to Broadway?
Well,
Huh? We'll team up. A great picture star is always a hit there.
Yeah?
People will mob the theater when they see that name in lights. Bill Goodwin and Hooper. I'm Hooper? Yeah, you see, I don't dance.
Oh.
But I do a patter that'd be dynamite accompaniment for you.
But, Bill, look.
Oh, it's solid, man. Now, dig this rhythm. East, ice, give me a piece of pipe. East, off, give me a cup of coffee. Maxwell House. Maxwell House. Maxwell House is the coffee for me.
Yeah.
Rich, mellow, really delicious. Maxwell House is my favorite dish. Listen, boy, and I'll tell you what it's made of. It's made of, parlayed of, the very best grade of coffee beans from the land of the Conga. Manizales, Netherlands, Buca, Ramanga. With other choice coffee beans, all are blended to give you that flavor you savor in splendid. Maxwell House, Maxwell House, Maxwell House is the coffee for me. It's good to the drop, that's the last to fall, and that little drop is the best of all. It's vacuum packed. It's roasted fresh in the famous blue tin. Maxwell House is the coffee for me. Yeah, you can say it again. The Maxwell House is the coffee for me. Gene, how about our act? Shall we sign a deal? Shall we sign a pact?
Well, Bill, we're a very nice pair, but I got a deal with the Louis B. Mayer.
Well, okay, Slow, then I might as well go. Just give me a beat and I'll shut the door.
George, I heard the door slam. I guess Bill got rid of Gene Kelly.
Good. That home wrecker making love to my wife. I'll go in and thank Bill. Bill, I want to thank... Oh, it's you, Kelly.
Yeah, George.
Well, let me tell you something. I know all about the way you and Gracie were acting in the park.
You do? Oh, darn it, we didn't want you to find out.
I'll bet you didn't.
Well, gee, I hope it won't spoil your birthday.
That's darn nice of you.
Hello, George. Why, Gene, you got here first.
Yes, and I've got bad news for you. George knows what we were doing in the park.
Oh, George, you're so nosy. Now I'm mad at you.
You're mad at me?
It's a fine thing when a woman can't keep one little secret from her husband.
Yeah, I'm a dirty person. Gracie, did Gene talk you into this?
No, it was my idea. I needed a young man to take your place.
Take my place?
Yeah, she picked me because I can do all the things that you did 15 years ago.
I don't know what to say.
Well, the least you can say is thank you to Gene Kelly for doing such a good job.
Thank you, Gene Kelly. Gracie, I can't believe that you could act that way.
But she wasn't a bit nervous, George. The people crowding around didn't bother her at all.
People were watching this?
Oh, dozens of them. When we finished our performance, we got up and took a bow.
Any encores? This could only happen in Hollywood.
Oh, we were great in the park, Gracie, but wait till George sees the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a dozen. You took pictures?
Oh, well, don't act so surprised. You said you knew about the movie for your birthday present.
What movie?
Well, Gracie and I reenacted your proposal to her for your birthday present.
And there isn't a romance between you two?
Oh, George, you know there's no romance in my life. I'm married to you.
Thanks, kid.
George, surely you didn't believe that Gracie would leave you for me.
Well, it looked like that.
Oh, how can you be so silly? I wouldn't leave you if you were the last man on earth. That didn't sound right, did it?
No, it didn't. But you can't blame me for being worried, Gracie. Just between you and me, this Gene Kelly is loaded.
Oh, darling, he doesn't compare with you. Even Gene realizes that.
I do? I do. I do.
But, Gracie, he kissed you in the park. Does he kiss better than I do?
Oh, you're a much better singer.
But does he kiss better than I do?
You can dance rings around him.
Does he kiss better than I do?
You can act him off his feet.
But does he kiss better?
George, I can hold out longer than you can.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed.
We're a little late. Good night, everybody.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Gene Kelly is currently starred in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer All-Star Technicolor musical, Words and Music, based on the lives of the music of Rodgers and Hart. The George Burns and Gracie Allen show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.